never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Rand Paul has called for full transparency in the Epstein files, saying the partial release undermines public trust. He also criticized U.S. military actions abroad, calling the Venezuela ship seizures and Syria strikes provocative and a prelude to war. He emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary foreign entanglements. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
It isn't the job of the American soldier to be the policeman of the world, so I'm not for confiscating these liners. I'm not for blowing up these boats.
On health care, he opposed extending the subsidies, advocating instead for market-based negotiation to lower premiums. Senator Tim Kaine criticized the Trump administration over the partial release of Jeffrey Epstein files, calling for full transparency while questioning the DOJ compliance. Kaine appeared on NBC's Meet the Press.
They didn't want to do it to release files. So when they actually do release files, and it's a fraction of what's available, and it's heavily redacted, and then a day later they pull material back, the facts that I've just laid out for you show why so many people are really suspicious. All these files need to come out.
Warning that conflicting explanations for recent boat strikes, narco trafficking, oil, or regime change leave the public confused. A spokesman for Bill Clinton is defending the former president after he appeared prominently in the Epstein files that have been released.
The batch of investigative files released Friday were heavily redacted, though included many photos of Clinton. His deputy chief of staff claimed on X that the Justice Department is, quote, shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever. This isn't about Bill Clinton, never has, never will be. I'm Lisa Carton.
CBS News abruptly pulled a planned segment on the Trump administration's deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador's CSOT prison from 60 Minutes, citing a need for additional reporting. They will air that report at a later date. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Jim Beam says they will pause bourbon production for a year at its main Kentucky distillery beginning next year, citing weaker demand. Industry leaders point to trade tensions with Canada, falling U.S. spirit exports, and shifting consumer habits as more Americans, especially younger adults, cut back on drinking. Texas Congressman Pat Fallon sits on the House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees, praised President Trump's actions in Venezuela, calling them bold and necessary to stop the flow of drugs and protect American interests. Fallon appeared on Fox News.
We have a commander-in-chief that's acting in the best interest of the United States. So we always are concerned about an escalated conflict, but I'm very, very confident in the capabilities of the American military.
Fallon highlighted the strikes on narco-terrorist vessels, sanctions on Venezuelan oil, and the broader goal of supporting freedom in Venezuela as well as Cuba, while criticizing Democrats for opposing these operations. Internet sensation turned boxer Jake Paul got knocked out by Anthony Joshua on Friday night's live-streamed fight from Miami.
Paul lasted 6 rounds before Joshua, a 2-time unified world heavyweight champion, scored a knockout and broke Paul's jaw in 2 places. Paul now has a career record of 12-2 with wins over older boxers like Mike Tyson and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. In a post on X after the fight, Paul wrote, "Jaw broken, adding time to rest, recover, and return to cruiserweight." I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, without further ado, what do you say? Let's cue the microphone and away we go. How about that? Christmas week is here. close out that final shopping weekend. Boy, it was crazy at all the shopping establishments. I can vouch for that. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Clear skies, stars shining bright tonight. But it's a chilly night. Good to have you with us as we wrap up the weekend, roll it into traditionally the greatest day of the week. I don't know, here it is, 22nd day of December. You know, a time when things really begin to get active on the roadways. Holiday travel season is in full swing. What sort of impacts might we see around the country for our Christmas travelers as we get the Christmas week underway? At this moment, not a whole lot slowing you down out there. You got a little bit of light snow in southern New York, not mounting to much. No advisories, watches, or anything of that nature. Just watch for maybe a slick spot here and there, bridges and overpasses. It's mostly light snow. Same there in north central Iowa, over toward Madison, Wisconsin. A few flakes of snow, nothing to write home about. Could be looking at a little bit of an icy scenario from right about Sioux Falls, South Dakota, stretching off to the north and west. A little bit of freezing, mixed precip in the mix there. West Coast continues to be the hot spot around the country. A lot of rain tonight, Northern California, San Francisco to Redding, California. Had a major blackout this past day in San Francisco. It's been crazy. The lights are coming back on. But we'll give you the full report here. Spotty shower activity over eastern portions of Washington, Boise, Idaho, seeing a bit of rain at this hour. On over into western Wyoming, a little bit of rain, transitioning to some snow. You may see a few flakes of snow falling just to the south of Seattle at this hour. The general theme for the weather pattern in the Northeast over the upcoming holiday week. It's going to be trending warmer, according to AccuWeathers, but at the same time, we'll have a series of quick-hitting storms, some packing snow and ice, traversing the region as the holiday week progresses here. Brief breaks of dry weather in between. The temperature swings this week. We'll be talking ranging from the 30s to maybe the 50s or 60s from the Ohio Valley through the Northeast. Some areas are projected to observe temperatures comparable to early spring rather than Christmas week coming up here. Any glimpse of warmth may once again be welcome for the travelers and households trying to pay the heating cost after that bitterly cold snap we saw earlier here in December. All right, many locations across the Mid-Atlantic region and New England will face a dry, chilly start to the week. Many are going to be able to shake off the chill as the days progress. Not going to be able to escape a round or two of wintry weather before the slightly warmer conditions arrive here for our Monday to start the week. First storm of the week begins to advance across portions of the Great Lakes region. A little bit of snow and ice with slightly warmer conditions across the Ohio Valley and portions of the Mid-Atlantic states. Precip's going to transition from a snowy, wintry mix across those northern areas with a little bit of rain and drizzle further to the south. A period of freezing rain may mix in with the snow and sleet Monday night into Tuesday across portions of central and south central Pennsylvania. Potentially hazardous holiday travel there. AccuWeather said ice accretion may be up to 1/10 of an inch, not enough to cause any issues as far as power lines and tree limbs coming down. It's really just going to be the elevated surfaces, untreated areas could become a skating rink. Yeah, travelers taking to the roads Monday night or Tuesday morning. heed the roadway restrictions or warnings in place. Give extra time to reach your destination. Through the day Tuesday, the core of that storm's going to push through New York State and New England. A little bit of lingering drizzle or maybe some snow showers along the rear flank of that storm. Accumulating snow is expected from southern Ontario, Canada, through northern New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, on into Maine. Most areas generally 1 to 3 inches of snow. Locations across the higher terrain, the Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains, southern Maine, could see 3 to 6 inches of accumulation there. For a large zone, any snow that falls will have a decent chance of actually melting in the days that follow as that warming trend begins to kick in. Outside of the higher terrain of New England, the chances of a, quote, white Christmas, at least 1 inch of snow still on the ground, will rapidly be declining. Looking toward midweek, a.k.a. Christmas Day, a zone of high pressure migrates over the Northeast by Christmas Eve. Drier, slightly warmer weather as those holiday get-togethers get underway. Most cities will see highs in the middle to upper 40s on Wednesday from, say, Chicago to Columbus, Ohio, Philadelphia, areas further south like Roanoke, Virginia, and Washington, D.C., you'll be trending into the 50s and maybe even 60s by Wednesday, 10 to 15 degrees above average. By late Wednesday night into Christmas morning, another storm crosses through the Ohio Valley, the Northeast, and the Mid-Atlantic states. Primarily rain, obviously, based on those temperatures. There's the potential for maybe a mix, over a wintry mix over some of the ridges and mountaintops during the early morning hours. By Thursday afternoon, many locations return to drier conditions as the storm moves out, moving out nearly as quick as it moves in. Thursday evening, a separate storm will cross through southeastern Canada into the northeast. Most areas, plain old rain, although the chances of maybe sleet or freezing rain will increase across the higher terrain of New England on into Friday. Elsewhere, temperatures are going to be moderate enough to diminish chances for any additional wintry precipitation come Friday. Depending on how widespread the scope of Friday's storm is, rain and showers could expand to parts of West Virginia and Kentucky or stay confined to the northeast. As that feature quickly passes through, different scenarios are going to be at play depending on the position of the jet stream by later this week and just how much moisture they might have available. A quick look at our Christmas week travelers' weather. Meanwhile, week after week, we're now, I believe, 3 weeks into the atmospheric river, as they reference. In the Pacific Northwest, we're going to have another 2 bouts of significant rainfall, flooding concerns, washouts, mudslides over the western USA this week. Who will be impacted by what? And just how much additional rain are we talking? We'll break that down for you. Rolling into the brand new day. Well, Pappy, out of the box, first on board. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hours here, the greatest day of the week. That means somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve throws the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Indeed, it's 844-844-3388 to be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. All right, the picks were in. The games are over. Will it be the grumpy old grump or the prognosticator of prognosticators on top in the end? Stay tuned. We'll find out. Yes, indeed. Are you with me? Hello to Josh Lacey checking in from Okima, Oklahoma. Headed toward Guitar Town, a.k.a. Nashville, Tennessee. Hello, Marianne is in the house. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, 28 degrees in Spring Valley, New York. We're headed to Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Then it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. We will reload for Tuesday. Michael joins us early this Monday. What's up, everybody? Hello to Dan. Bill, good morning, everyone. Happy almost Christmas. 24 degrees, feels like 14 here at the Home 20 in Hurricane, Wisconsin. Just 2 days of work this week on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Drivers, stay safe out there. All right, yes, indeed. Scrapyard, waving all 5 at you. Good to have you on board as we get the week started. Looks like I'll be spending this Christmas in shorts and T-shirts here in the state of Georgia. James, it looks like that's going to be the case. It's one of those Christmases where, for kids that get, a scooter, skateboard, a new bicycle. Do kids ever get those kind of things anymore, or do they just get video games? Any outdoor Christmas gifts will be able to be enjoyed actually there on Christmas Day. You never know. Hello, Dave Harris, honking them, danging them. Here we are, checking in from Arkansas. Good morning, Scrapyard. Hello, Cookie. She says, I like the new angle of the show. Warm wishes to all the truckers and those who love them out there. The only reason you got the close-up shot here, because the other camera's kind of stuck in screwed-up mode. I did a computer reset just before we started here, and the camera that I prefer most often is that. That doesn't work. At least we have, so you get the up-close and personal shot. I think, what's his name called it, the booger cam. Up close, but good to have you on board. We'll try to get it. We're supposed to be able to flip back and forth. It's a work in progress, as they say. Hello to Sneakers. Merry Christmas to all. Be good to each other. Welcome into a Monday. Hello to Ken, checking in from Canada. Jerry, morning, everybody. Another beautiful day here in Kokomo. Hopefully everyone had a safe weekend and restart to a new week. Listening on Facebook, love the updates. Big thanks to Hotshot Secret for stepping up and giving the Steve Summers Overnight Drive a place to share his craft. I'm ready for summer, believe it or not. And at 66, I'm not sure how many more cold months I'm going to do it in the state of Indiana, right? Are you going to be a snowbird? All right, thanks to everyone that spends their time passing the mile markers so we can have everything we need to survive out here. And tell them you love them every chance you get. You never know. You may not have another chance. All right, one more. Lauren Weiss, what do we got? 2-time world champion, bull hauler, 40 degrees under clear starlit skies, Crossville, Tennessee. Just bought my last tank of fuel from my last trip of the year. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck streaking across I-40 like a very brilliant shooting star. 150 lights and the stars shining off the mirror and the shiny hood. Quite an impressive sight, I might say. All right, a quick stop in West Tennessee, then I'll point her west. Put the spurs to it for the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. A little time off with the hot blonde wife and the wonderful family as we celebrate the birthday of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Steve, as always, another epic year on the Overnight Drive. We appreciate the retirement of the trucking icon and future Hall of Famer, this Carolina Monkey Gouger, and the expansion and reach of the Steve Summers Show. Hearing it's one of the top podcasts on the air. Well, Steve, a huge shout out to you and the princess and your family, along with producers, sponsors of the Overnight Drive, and all the cast of characters that make this a great overnight family. My fellow drivers and their families, a very Merry Christmas. To all, a good night. We will see you next year, signed off by the 2-time Hall of Famer. There you go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, how about Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 41 degrees. Watched a lot of football over the last few days. Yeah, and joined some yawns at the same time. Looks like the Buckeyes are going to be playing the Miami Hurricanes this coming weekend. And I think the Buckeyes match up pretty well against them. Got to get up early to help the stepson at his new home. Got to bury about 2,500 feet of pipe with a trencher. So I'm going to be hitting the hay here shortly. I found out one of my trucks has a head gasket leaking, so it's in the shop. Got something with emissions fixed and discovered that was the cause of an oil leak. So I'm going to have to determine if I want the head gasket replaced or do I do an engine rebuild? Has over 800,000 miles on it. Once they get the head off, we can check for any cylinder sleeve damage that might require an actual rebuild. I hope not, because that's like a $26,000 minimum. Wow. The joys of owning a big truck, right? Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And go Buckeyes! Hello to Gary Montgomery as we get the new day started. Kentucky Kent, good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, happy holidays to all. Please be safe out there. And prayers from Kentucky Ken and my queen. And there's Country Bumpkin checking in, get the new week started. Cap and Ron, well, I guess that explains it. Yes, it's the greatest day of the week. My headset's dead. I forgot to charge it. So we'll give a Semper Fi shout out to the Knuckle Buster and the Donut Man. Well, they're speaking of Semper Fi, Knuckle Buster.
Good morning to you again, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, they done it to me again. They're sending me down here to Dallas. They're going to drag this thing right out to the 28th there. Oh, I got news from when I come in there tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning. They don't want me to go out. I'm going to tell them, adios, Jack. Find somebody else there, right?
Right.
Well, let's get that Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man. As always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, yeah, is it Christmas Eve? No, it ain't Christmas. Christmas is in June, in the spring. All right, but anyway, we'll just play right along with everybody else. Merry Christmas to everybody. How about that?
That works. That sounds like a plan.
Yeah. I want to congratulate Ole Miss on winning their game this past weekend. I'm going to take Ole Miss as winning it all, but if they don't, I know who the true winner is, the Vegas bookie there, right?
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about that money. Well, I'm down here in Texarkana, Arkansas right now, trying to make it on down to Dallas for them daylight there. I'll keep calling in a little later on there. So I saw they had all kinds of displays set up for Christmas at just one field there that people had paid their own money for. And the mayor told them to take the nativity scene down, but you could leave the rest of it up. So that didn't make a whole lot of sense there, right?
Right.
You got them all out there, you know, might as well just leave it alone. But you never know. People get crazy nowadays. Maybe I'm the one that's crazy. I don't know. I'm scratching my head over that one. So, all right. Have a great morning. Get the rest of them in there. Let's see what Big Ed and Grump got to say about all these ball games there. Have yourself a great morning. We'll call in later on.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Speaking of which, well, it doesn't look like we're going to hear from the grumpy old Grump. Says, looks like I picked up my third round of COVID. So he's going to be sitting out tonight. All right, we'll wait to hear from the prognosticator.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Luigi Mangioni's lawyers are calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to recuse herself from the murder trial.
In filings on Friday, they claim Bondi has a profound conflict of interest due to her ties to a lobbying firm that represents United Healthcare. The defense attorneys argue that Bondi's past and present financial interest in Ballard Partners violates Mangioni's due process rights. Mangioni's defense team also wants prosecutors barred from seeking the death penalty in the case, along with some evidence and statements thrown out. I'm Rob Martier.
The Justice Department says the photos briefly removed from the Epstein files were taken down at the request of victim advocacy groups for review and not to protect President Trump. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche spoke on NBC's Meet the Press.
When we hear from victims' rights groups about this type of photograph, we pull it down and investigate.
Blanche says the images were restored after officials determined no victims were depicted, and criticism continues over delays and redactions in the broader document release. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
We will be seeing some travel difficulties out west. Here for your Christmas week, much of the week, have two main atmospheric rivers will again bring copious amounts of Pacific moisture into California this week. Heavy rain, incidents of flooding, washouts, mudslides will expand and shift from north to south over the state, leading to travel disruptions at the very least, and posing some risk to lives and property in extreme cases. Now, they tell us the Sierra Nevada will pick up many feet of snow as the freezing levels lower through the week, and the region is affected by both atmospheric rivers. Of course, these storms hitting at a very busy time of year. Many travelers, short or long distance, running errands, planning outdoor activities. That first atmospheric river was already in progress and continues to focus on northern and central California right into Christmas Eve. Then a second atmospheric river forecast to develop, concentrating on central and southern California Tuesday night through Christmas Day. But even beyond Christmas, lingering moisture may lead to additional rounds of showers and mountain snow. Through Wednesday, much of the Sacramento Valley and the San Francisco Bay region looking at 2 to 4 inches of rain, some locally higher amounts. Anticipated rain in San Francisco in this stormy pattern between now and next weekend will bring from 1 to 2 times the average for the entire month of December. Now, on the west and southwest facing slopes, the mountainsides of the coastal range and the Sierra Nevada, 4 to 12 inches of rain may pour down. We could see some local storm totals approaching 20 inches of rain. At times, multiple inches of rain can fall in a matter of hours. Overwhelming storm drains, small streams, and short rivers will quickly overflow their banks. The risk of debris flows, road washouts, hillside collapses will be increasing substantially from Tuesday night all the way into early Friday. That second atmospheric river will bring rain of varying intensity throughout central and southern California. A general 4 to 6 inches of rain forecast to fall on the Los Angeles basin. Downtown L.A. had 7 times its historical average monthly rainfall for the month of November, more than 5.5 inches. No rain has fallen so far this month, but 2 to 3 times the December average may occur with this pattern this week between Tuesday and Saturday. On the southwest-facing hillsides of the transverse ranges, 6 to 12 inches may pour down. Even in many desert areas in southeastern California, could pick up between 1/4 and 1 inch of rain. Just as the first atmospheric river further north, rain will be drenching. Rapid urban flooding of small streams and short-run rivers, along with, again, mudslides, washouts, the potential for hillside slides in Southern California. As the rounds of heavy rain and gusty winds affect San Francisco, L.A., San Diego, dozens of secondary airports, you can anticipate airline delays and flight cancellations that could have a ripple effect across the country as some of the crews and aircraft are displaced that would force some rescheduling here at a very, very busy travel time. Now, AccuWeather forecasters tell us the storm providing the atmospheric rivers has the potential to become a bomb cyclone, rapidly strengthening storm. It'll intensify enough to create strong winds along the coast of northern and central California. So again, winds 50 to 70 mile per hour with higher gusts and possibly up to 130 miles per hour over the ridges and the gaps in the mountains. Heavy wave action buffeting the California coast. Overwash is possible along the Southern California beaches from this storm. Winds will be strong enough to lead to sporadic to regional power outages. Loose items around property, Christmas decorations could be dangerous projectiles or become damaged. And again, as we've seen the last couple of weeks, the potential for high-profile vehicle rollovers increases in those crosswinds. Coming up, we'll take a look at how much snow, feet of snow, may actually close some of the roads in the Sierra Nevada. Going to be a busy Christmas week out west once again. All right, so how did the Grump put it? Hey, Steve, it looks like I picked up my 3rd round of COVID. I'll be sitting it out this morning. I'm feeling pretty rough, but it usually only lasts a few days. So, all right, get better soon there, Grump. Hate that for Christmas weekend. I mean, you just say the COVID, that means most of your family get-togethers, the kids, if they ever coming over, you got to avoid coming in contact with everybody just in time for Christmas. That sucks. Well, what do you say, Big Ed?
Let me tell you something here. I don't believe in kicking anybody while they're down. And Grump is down. You're right. He is down. It ain't the 3rd round of COVID. It's the 3rd round of ass kicking he's been getting. That's what he's down in the weather about. But we're not going to pick on Grump tonight.
Yeah.
We feel bad for him.
What have you done, Ed? You Big Ed went 4 for 4. Steve and the Grump went 2 for 4.
Yes, sir. You guys, if you would have been listening to me, Steve, because, the previous week you was 0 for 5.
Yes.
So that brings you to 2 and 7 this week.
That's not good.
I'm sitting at 7 and 2. Grump is sitting at 4 and 5. Now, if you'd have been listening to me, you would be tied up with Grump chasing me, knocking on my door, but unfortunately, you're not. And famous last words, take his man card, rub his nose in it, Grump said 2 losses, and you said, I will look forward to it. Do you not remember saying them words?
Yeah, I do remember that.
But even though Captain Ron beat you, Steve, because he messaged me.
He picked Miami.
He said, I may not know my football, he said, but I'll take Oregon. I'm going to take Ole Miss. And he says, I'm going to take Miami, but I'm going to take Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
So at least he got 3 right and 1 wrong. So hats off to Captain Ron. Hated that he couldn't open the show up tonight. You know, you got to get used to that. So anyway.
So what happened? What happened to your Sooners? I almost picked up the phone to give you a ring when they were up 17-0. I'm glad I didn't, because that would have been embarrassing.
Well, I kind of embarrassed myself to Grump, because I told him the first quarter, I said, good Lord, I'm going to have to eat a bunch of crow. No, Grump, he is a man of class. Don't get worried. It's just early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Grump was starting to feel maybe Alabama was going to pull it off. And when you look at the tail of the tape, it's almost like a reverse of the game that took place down there at Tuscaloosa, where Alabama on the tail of the tape, and their mistakes is what cost them the game. So you look at this game, Oklahoma owns the tail of the tape, and 2 touchdowns, which would have put them up 38. They give it to Alabama, and then lost the game 24-14. 2 miscue plays.
Mm-hmm.
One was interception, and then one was that muff punt. And I don't know what the heck was going on there, but it was still a good game. But and Nick Saban said it right. If you can get through the smoke of the emotions, you can play some pretty good ball, and that's exactly what Alabama did, because it was an emotional charged atmosphere, and they just went out there and took control of it. And I wanted the Sooners to win. There was no doubt about it. I've told you that. I wanted them to win.
Right.
But when you looked at it, you looked at the previous matchup, Oklahoma's biggest downfall is they do not have a power running back. Like a Fletcher with Miami. He's a power running back. I wish that quarterback from BYU would transfer to Oklahoma and become a fullback. We need a good, solid, power running back that can hit that line of scrimmage and gain 5 yards every time on an average. And that would have went a long way in helping settle Mateer down. Everybody down on Mateer. Mateer is a good, decent young quarterback. He just needs more help. He needs it, and his line's going to be experienced next year, where maybe they'll buy him more time where he can stay in that pocket and not feel like he's got to make him read so quick, or he can pass off or hand off to a fullback that can put down 5 yards. So it wasn't that Oklahoma was that bad. It's just Alabama outplayed him when it counted the most. And that's what took place.
Mm-hmm.
But there for a minute, I thought, okay, Oklahoma's going to curb stomp them, but they didn't. I kind of felt like that's the way the game was going to play out. Same thing with Miami and Texas A&M. Did you watch any of that?
That one, no, I did not get to see. I saw the Oklahoma-Alabama game, and we were out at Roosters, and I was catching some of the which one was it? I can't remember which game I was even watching. Nonetheless, so what do you think about Oregon giving up 34 points to James Madison? That's kind of surprising to me. I'm kind of leaning.
Well, I don't know if they just took their foot off the gas. I mean, there was one play there right at the start of the game. I don't know if you've seen it or seen the replay on it. on James Madison. I think it was split end or tackle. Man, that guy, my 95-year-old grandma could run faster than that sucker. Could get across the field. Did you see that?
It's not ringing a bell.
If you they've showed it back on some tape, thinking, man, James Madison got these kind of players, and they got to where they was at. No, I think Oregon let off the gas. I really do. It's just like Ole Miss and Tulane. And then I think Grump agrees with me, but, when we call in Tuesday night, they need to just, to me, take this group of 5 teams out of there, put them over with the Heat Wave Mountain West team, New Mexico, and that group, and let them be like these teams like South Dakota State and Montana. Are you there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Montana, and let them play in that league for their championship, and keep it to the 5 or the 4 big conferences. I guess it'd be 5 or 4 big conferences, and then force Notre Dame into a conference. And because really, if they would have pulled Notre Dame or Vanderbilt or even Texas into this playoff, you'd have seen some more hard-hitting, closer games. It was almost like scrimmages for Oregon and Tulane. Mm-hmm. I mean, Ole Miss. They weren't even competitive. Really, it just showed that they shouldn't have been there.
Right. And you said that Friday morning.
Yes, they're going to have to do some revamping on all this. Now, these next games coming up, they're going to be hard-hitting games. You're going to have to do some studying. And can Alabama beat Indiana? Sure they can. Same thing with Miami. Can they knock off Ohio State? Yes, they can. Can Georgia beat Ole Miss? Or Ole Miss beat Georgia? Yes, they can. And then you got Oregon going for Texas Tech. It just depends who's going to show up, and it might come down to who makes the least mistakes. Because right now, there's no bad team in the playoff now. Every one of them deserve to be there. Right. Even Alabama, they deserve to be there. So that's what we're going to see these next games. But, yeah, I'll go easy on you, Steve. I want you to start listening to me, Steve.
Uh-huh.
Let me make my picks. Don't be listening to Grump. He ain't going to do nothing but lead you astray, man. You can change your picks after I make my pick. Even though when Grump said Oklahoma, you jumped on there like, oh, buddy, Grump knows what he's talking about. And he does up to a certain point. There's some other factors he don't take into consideration.
Right.
See, Grump was convinced that Alabama would lose. But it's just, Oklahoma's got a strong defense, but I knew they just didn't have enough muscle to push that ball into the end zone when they needed to be pushing it in there. So, I guess, Steve, other than that, we ain't got Grump to kick around. So, is there anything else you want to ask me?
I guess so. You're on track for Christmas there at the home 20, right? You're going to get together with.
Oh yeah. I'm going to get together with the family, and right now there's nobody sick around there, and so hopefully we don't run into that trouble. And our good friend Josh, he went out to
Arizona.
And he had an interview on one of them MSNBC or something like that, one of them big channels out there. He was at a rodeo. So, I don't know. I'm sure he's back home if I hadn't talked to him, but I know I didn't get to watch the interview, but his sister was sharing it. If I come across it, I'll send it to you.
I saw Denise posted that. She didn't have the video. She just had like a screenshot or whatever.
Right. So he's moving right on up the charts, man. Hell, pretty soon he won't even talk to us, But anyway, he's supposed to call in here right at between Christmas and New Year. I'm hoping if we can get, well, no, it'll be after the first of the year. So, but I am going to go on out to Pasadena just to go to the Rose Parade. I mean, I'd love to go to the football game, but that is a crazy atmosphere out there, and I'd probably just sit there and watch it on TV. Not spend that kind of money because it's going to cost you some bucks to go to that football game.
No doubt, yeah. So,
well, Steve, I love the show, and Merry Christmas to everybody. And I may not know it all, but buddy, I do know my football.
Yeah, I guess
don't you forget it.
At this point in time, I guess I have to admit that going undefeated over the first round of the playoffs. So now we've got to wait till New Year's Eve. And New Year's Day, that's where you got the Citrus Bowl, the Cotton Bowl, the Rose Bowl, the Orange Bowl, the Sugar. That's our next round of playoffs there. Of course, the Citrus Bowl's not. You got Miami versus Ohio State there on, New Year's Eve, 7:30 p.m. Yeah, that's one of those, the New Year's Eve. You have to, do you want to watch the football game? Or do you want to be watching some of the New Year's Eve celebrations taking place in New York and California? You kind of have to flip back and forth. Of course, New Year's Day, right, we wake up, catch that Rose Parade, Oregon versus Texas Tech at high noon, Alabama versus Indiana, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then you got to wait till 8 o'clock in the evening for the prime time Georgia versus Ole Miss. Again, those on New Year's Day. How about it? Meanwhile, all right, still no new billionaire out there. The Powerball jackpot now stands at an estimated $1.6 billion. Yeah, growing to where it's now one of the largest prizes in U.S. history, according to Powerball officials this past day. Nobody matched all 6 numbers on Saturday night's drawing. Yeah, you had the white balls, 4, 5, 28, 52, and 69. The red Powerball was 20. So this now sets up the 5th largest jackpot for Powerball. Coming up for tonight's drawing, Monday night, the biggest U.S. jackpot was $2.04 billion back in 2022. The winner purchased that ticket in California, opting for the lump sum payment of $997.6 million, I guess before taxes, right? Now, obviously, odds of winning the Powerball jackpot. 1 in 292.2 million. So as it stands right now, what would the cash option, the lump sum payment on this is going to be some $735.3 million, or you can do the annuitized prize at $1.6 billion, and both of those obviously before taxes. The annuity option offers one immediate payment that would then be followed by 29 annual payments that increase by 5% each year, according to Powerball. There you go. So another drawing tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So around the country, 844-844-3388. Now, of course, then we flip over on the pro side. NFL action this past day. Things wrapped up here about an hour ago with Sunday night football. And who came out on top? It was the Patriots over the Ravens, 28-24. Coming up tonight, Monday night football. We got the 49ers facing off against the Colts. Winners and losers on Sunday. Steelers over the Lions, 29-24. Texans down to the Raiders, 23-21. Falcons over the Cardinals, 26-19. Chiefs lose once again. Titans over the Chiefs. Of course, they're out of the playoffs as of last weekend. Of course, Mahomes injury out for the season. Jaguars over the Broncos, 34-20. Buffalo prevails over the Cleveland Browns, 23-20, the final there. It was the Saints over the Jets, 29-6. Panthers over the Buccaneers, 23-20. Bengals out of the playoffs, but they come back with a win over those Dolphins, 45-21. Yeah, the final score there. At some point in the game, they actually pulled Joe Burrow out and put Flacco back in to finish things off. Kind of a blowout of the Dolphins there. Nobody saw that coming, did they? Vikings over the Giants, 16-13. Had the Bears over the Packers. Chargers downing the Cowboys, 34-17. All right, we got a new day coming our way. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna criticized the Justice Department over the partial release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, calling it a slap in the face to survivors during a CBS Face the Nation appearance.
Most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi. And that doesn't require going through the court.
Building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
They say key documents, including a 60-count indictment and prosecution memos, remain hidden. Oklahoma Senator James Langford says the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan vessels is aimed at stopping drug trafficking, not forcing regime change. Langford appeared on CNN's State of the Union.
We've got to stop the flow of cocaine coming out of Venezuela and out of Colombia. We've got to be able to stop that because it's directly coming to the United States.
While noting Venezuelans voted against President Maduro, he warned against U.S. military intervention, citing past failures. In St. Paul, Minnesota, an ICE agent fired shots at a Cuban illegal alien after the man struck two agents with his SUV and bit one during an attempted escape. No one was seriously injured. All were taken to the hospital for evaluation. The man entered our country back in 2024 under a now discontinued Biden-era asylum program. Ambassador Monica Crowley, the chief of protocol, says the Trump administration is gearing up for Freedom 250, a nationwide celebration of America's 250th birthday. She appeared on Fox News Sunday.
We are going to launch a whole series of nationwide events, including America's great National State Fair with all 50 states represented on the National Mall. We are going to have UFC 250 in June on the South Lawn of the White House. We're going to have a massive national prayer event as well on the National Mall.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A small South Carolina town is keeping a nativity scene in its marketplace, despite the mayor's request to have it removed, citing separation of church and state. Local residents and council members support keeping the Christmas display, emphasizing that Christmas is about the birth of Jesus.
I'm not taking it down. If they want to take it down, they can take it down. But if they take it down, we'll take all our decorations down, because that's just how strongly I'm convicted about this.
The committee behind it says faith and tradition must remain central to the holiday. Rap star Nicki Minaj praised President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at Turning Point USA's America Fest on Sunday, calling them powerful, relatable, and full of heart. She also slammed California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Dear Newscom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly.
Minaj's appearance marked the first America Fest since Charlie Kirk's assassination. It drew over 30,000 attendees. Well, there's still no winner in the billion-dollar Powerball lottery.
Nobody matched all six numbers in Saturday night's drawing for $1.5 billion, so the jackpot rolls over to Monday night's drawing when it will be worth an estimated $1.6 billion. That makes it the fifth largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever. 8 tickets in Saturday's drawing matched 5 of the 6 numbers to win $1 million each. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, as we welcome you into a brand new day, kick off the new week, Christmas week. Here it is. time zone to time zone, we'll transition 22nd day of December. All right, get well to the grump. Hope you feel better by Christmas, right? Hello to Double Trucker. Checking in this early Monday, 22 degrees in Lodi. We are locked and loaded, ready to head back to Western New York. 2 more days, and we'll put it to bed till early January. I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, Rumble. All right, drummer girl on board. Some of us having to work Christmas week. 26 degrees in Northeast Philly tonight. Wishing everybody a very Merry Christmas. I'll be out here running between Bethlehem and Philly every night. As you know, the mail doesn't stop. Yeah, that's what I thought. Hello, John Ferguson, on my way to Omaha. A little bit late to the show. Glasses decided to break last night at 11 p.m. Needless to say, the eye doctor got some money this past day. And I'm going to miss both my appointments today. Hey, Merry Christmas, right? First full night of driving in a year or two. All right, good to have you on board. Safe travels out there. Randolph, good morning. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Steve Summers, thank you so much. Lauren Weiss, you're 100% correct. He said, you're talking about that storm off the coast of California. They used this term in recent years, bomb cyclone. And atmospheric rivers. This is the Weather Channel's way of fear-mongering. It used to be, we could have a rapidly intensifying storm. That's pretty much what it is. But now we have to use the term bomb cyclone. It sounds scary. Bombs. And atmospheric rivers. All right, Jerry, what do you got? He said, Steve, please tell the grump to load up on vitamin D. If he can find Orthoimmune, yeah, I get it. Take it religiously. Sharon and I haven't been sick in years since we almost lost her to the man-made virus. Anyway, I can send it from the Herbst Pharmacy here in Kokomo. And you know what? If it doesn't work, I'll pay for it. It is a life-changing experience. Okay. You got that there? If the grump's actually feeling up to listen, maybe not. All right, always good to hear from Big Ed. Sneakers is on board this morning. It's always warm weather where the prognosticator is, full of his hot air. Hee-haw. John Rigsby. Morning, Mr. Steve, and all the overnight family. Happy Monday. How many days till Christmas? Hey, short week. Everybody truck safe out there. Clear skies, 28 degrees in Indianapolis at this hour. And I was not aware of that. Lauren said the Kansas City actually lost their second string quarterback to a knee injury this past day. They are now down to quarterback number 3. Okay. 844-844-3388. Quickly, we're talking about the storms out west over the course here of Christmas week. The atmosphere is going to cool down to the point where the snow levels will be dipping enough in the Sierra Nevada and the Siskiyous to allow heavy snow to fall at pass levels, while up to a couple inches of snow will fall at Donner Pass, California along I-80 through Tuesday. As some warm air brings rounds of rain, rounds of heavy snow from Wednesday to Friday, piling up maybe 1 to 2 feet of snow. That's enough to bring travel to a standstill. We're probably looking at least 10 feet of snow this week over the ridges and peaks of the Sierra Nevada. That's what they need for an upcoming summer water demand standpoint, according to AccuWeather. Ski resorts want plenty of snow on the slopes, especially during the busy holiday season. However, so much snow may pile up that it could block roads to access the resorts that are located in the higher elevations. You just can't get there, huh? Later this week and into the weekend between Christmas and New Year, the rich supply of moisture begins to dwindle, but enough will remain to produce rounds of showers throughout much of California once again with colder air in place in that time. Snow will continue to cause additional accumulations in the Sierra Nevada. Snow will fall and accumulate over the mountains in Southern California. Could create slippery conditions on the passes along I-5 and I-15. Looks like the same stormy pattern continues to send sporadic rain and mountain snow into Oregon and Washington, where they've seen heavy amounts of rain and snow in recent weeks. So that same Pacific pattern directing some moisture in the form of valley rain and mountain snow across the Intermountain West right on into next weekend. All right, it's been a very busy season thus far out west, to say the least. Let's get to the calls, and, hello, Scooby.
Well, good morning, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Good to have you with us.
Hey, I got two things. One, I wanted to tell you Merry Christmas, you and the Princess. And, last week when I called in there, I was talking to Hot Shot Secret. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Yeah.
When he was on it, I went to Tractor Supply. I knew I could have bought it online and got a discount, but I was kind of like, well, I want to go in and get some. So I went in Tractor Supply, and there was like 2 or 3 different kinds he had there, and I'm like, darn it, I forgot exactly what he said. But anyway, I wound up getting the Daily Extreme. I think that's what it was called, Everyday Extreme. That's what I wound up buying. I figured I'd get some more online. That way I don't have to worry about waiting on it.
Right. Yeah.
So let's get the discount.
See, the Diesel Extreme, that's the one you're going to use for a full clean out of the fuel system. After you run that, that's when you start running the EDT, the Everyday Diesel Treatment.
Okay, so I need to go ahead and get one of the other bottles in. I couldn't really remember. I kind of forgot about I probably should have just got online and ordered it. But I'm like, well, I was going to get some, so
right.
I could go back over to Tractor Supply and get some.
Yeah.
Anyway, I did get some. Maybe not the right stuff. Anyway, hey, and also I got a joke for you. Can we do jokes on here?
Well, sure, as long as they're listener friendly. You know.
Well, they're listener friendly. Kind of. What do you call a lesbian's license? What do you call a lesbian's license? You know that one?
I do not.
It's a liquor license.
Aha, okay.
I'll have to call in every once in a while and give you some jokes. But
there you go.
That's all of mine. But I appreciate you taking my call.
All right. Happy Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you there, Scoob, if we don't hear from you before. But, yeah, if you got the Diesel Extreme, that's where you want to start anyway. So just, run that. And then you can bump down to the Everyday Diesel Treatment. And I'm not sure what part of the country he's in, but you could use the winter defense during the cold winter months. And again, Josh actually explained you could use it pretty much year round. The winter defense, it's not going to hurt anything. But all right, 844-3388. I kind of have I don't know. I'm wondering what's going to be taking place. We know it's been intensifying week after week, but it sounds like something's about to break there with Venezuela. Just as the case was about a week ago, you'll recall all the president announcing he was going to address the nation prime time at like 9 o'clock. Was that last Tuesday, Wednesday evening, whatever it was? Everybody thought he was going to announce, hey, we're hitting Venezuela. That didn't come to fruition. No mention of Venezuela. Now, this time around, the announcement this past day from the White House, President Trump is scheduled to make a public announcement at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time today, Monday, alongside Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Secretary of Navy John Fallon. According to the official schedule, this is going to take place at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. No additional details immediately released about the substance of this, but obviously this comes amid another oil tanker seizure off the coast of Venezuela that took place over the weekend. And then word came down late Sunday evening that the Coast Guard is pursuing yet another sanctioned oil tanker in the Caribbean. This would be tanker number 3, as the administration appears to be intensifying their targeting of such vessels connected to the Venezuelan government. The pursuit of the tanker, confirmed by U.S. officials briefed on the operation, as the administration announced on Saturday they had seized another tanker. This is the second in less than 2 weeks. Now, this was someone speaking anonymously because of the ongoing operation, but speaking this past day that this pursuit, they're referencing it, this pursuit involves a sanctioned dark fleet vessel, part of Venezuela's illegal sanctions evasion. They said the vessel was flying a false flag under a judicial seizure order. The Pentagon and Homeland Security, which oversees the U.S. Coast Guard, deferred questions about the operation to the White House, which did not offer comment. But Saturday's pre-dawn seizure of a Panama flag vessel called Centuries targeted what the White House described as a falsely flagged vessel operating as part of Venezuela's shadow fleet of traffic stolen oil. With assistance from the Navy, the Coast Guard seized the tanker. First, the one that was called Skipper, back on December the 10th. Of course, the president, after the first seizure, said the U.S. would carry out a full blockade of Venezuela if all comes as the president has ratcheted up his rhetoric toward Venezuela's president. This past week, President Trump demanded Venezuela return assets they had seized from U.S. oil companies back years ago when Hugo Chavez at the time had nationalized oil in the country. Now, he cited the lost U.S. investments in Venezuela when asked about this latest tactic in pressuring the pressure campaign against Maduro. So we'll give you more details on the weekend seizure. Apparently, the third vessel, which they're using the term pursuing, is refusing to allow the U.S. Coast Guard to board the vessel, trying to play cat and mouse. So that's why they're referencing that as a pursuit. There's more in regards to Venezuela. One oil official speaking over the weekend said Venezuela's leadership could very well be toppling in short order, quickly, he explains. And we'll give you more coming up here. And, of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
I mentioned over the weekend, the U.S. Oil and Gas Industry Association President Tim Stewart stating that President Trump's stranglehold on Venezuela could actually indeed topple the leadership quickly. Speaking Friday night, he said the president's increasing pressure is the right move. Sanctions without teeth are meaningless. And these sanctions have been in place in Venezuela dating back to the Obama era. But they've had little effect because nobody's actually enforced them. I said President Trump's move are the leading edge of the push against Nicolas Maduro's regime. And I quote, President Trump's action is a necessary first step in enforcing these sanctions. And the reason why it's critical is because Venezuelan oil revenue sustains the government's operations. It's not the narcotics, it's the oil money. Now, he did say the oil and energy infrastructure was commandeered by the Venezuelan government back in 2007, erasing billions of dollars worth of assets and oil revenue from mainly American-owned energy companies. If the president continues to add pressure on Maduro's regime, the timeline, he says, is going to progress very quickly. Without that oil revenue coming in, the bureaucracy, the security forces, the minimal social programs the government actually provides there, that's going to collapse. And he said this is going to be a quick timeline. It's 30, maybe 45 days. But he did say he supports the president's strategy. I think the president is exactly right. This is a Marxist regime that's funding terrorism and causing chaos throughout the Western Hemisphere. From the oil and gas industry's perspective, this is probably one of the smartest moves you can make to cut out, to choke off that cash flow. Now, he offered no prediction about what might happen to the people of Venezuela if the regime indeed collapses, but he said the increasing oil and gas output in the U.S. under President Trump has helped production levels hit their highest point ever and should help continue lowering retail gas prices. No prediction on where the prices might bottom out, but so just some of the very latest, and again, speculation, 4:30 this afternoon, undoubtedly, stating that this is going to be with War Secretary Hegseth and a naval spokesperson. That's pretty much, you can see the writing on the wall there, right? Plowboy. Well, we wrap up a weekend. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday there, Stephen, and a short one at that, thank God. We're already done for the year, but Steve, you may have to hold me over. I might be a little bit long. I apologize in the beginning.
No problem.
I was going to say, I was kind of hoping that A&M was going to win because I think that might have been a rough game for the Buckeyes, and I mean very seriously. When y'all went to Texas, that was going to be nothing but Texas. That whole damn stadium's going to be full of damn Texas A&M that day. Where now it's basically half and half y'all and half Miami. And I mean, but good gosh, I just did not think Alabama had it. Really, I didn't. Tipped my hat to them, and I'll admit I was wrong. But it just really, I just could not imagine Alabama being 17 points down to come back to the 34-24 victory over it. But maybe one thing about it, I guess Heatwave, he'll be happy when he comes back and calls in. His Texas A&M Aggies volleyball team did win. They're the national champions this year. Congratulations to Heatwave and keep them down in there. But now it's just very skeptical of what I'm seeing going on down there in Cuba. Did you see where? I didn't realize how much Cuba hinged on Venezuela. Did you see where? I guess Cuba's ready to collapse in this messed up deal with this oil situation going on. Did you see anything of that?
Not really. No.
It was a story I just came across. Wall Street Journal. Cuban economy nearly collapsed as a result of U.S. oil blockade and military buildup against Venezuela. Yeah. I can't pull it up because it costs me, but I mean, it just, what's going on down there? Where are these countries going to go if they can topple Venezuela? And Cuba goes into the abyss. Are we going to have a southeast state down in the Cuba area? This is getting crazy. But I do have one question. Did you happen to catch what happened out there in San Francisco this weekend?
As far as the power going out?
Yeah, did you see what happened when the power went out?
All the cars pretty much parked right there in the street, right? Is that hold the thought there because we got to get our news break. Be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Luigi Mangioni's lawyers are calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to recuse herself from the murder trial.
In filings on Friday, they claim Bondi has a profound conflict of interest due to her ties to a lobbying firm that represents United Healthcare. The defense attorneys argue that Bondi's past and present financial interest in Ballard Partners violates Mangioni's due process rights. Mangioni's defense team also wants prosecutors barred from seeking the death penalty in the case, along with some evidence and statements thrown out. I'm Rob Martier.
The Justice Department says the photos briefly removed from the Epstein files were taken down at the request of victim advocacy groups for review and not to protect President Trump. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche spoke on NBC's Meet the Press.
When we hear from victims' rights groups about this type of photograph, we pull it down and investigate.
Blanche says the images were restored after officials determined no victims were depicted, and criticism continues over delays and redactions in the broader document release. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Thank you much. All right, coming up, we'll get to some industry headlines. Yes, indeed, and thanks to the tip from Plowboy, I was able to find this. He was mentioning Cuba's relations to Venezuela, the impacts, I guess the trickle-down effect. And from the Wall Street Journal this past day, I had not seen that. So we'll break that down as well. The power outage over the weekend. A massive outage. These are some of the things we've been asking about autonomous vehicles. When GPS and things like that are impacted, what do? Well, in this case, they just kind of park their ass wherever they want it, right in the middle of the street. Waymo announcing we have temporarily suspended our ride-hailing services given the broad power outage in San Francisco over the weekend. This was Saturday night. Stating we're focused on keeping our riders safe and ensuring emergency personnel have the clear access they need to do their work. But people posting photos and videos of Waymo cars stuck at intersections with their lights flashing. The widespread outage affected San Francisco, some 130,000 customers. That started as early as like 9:40 a.m. in parts of the city. Neighborhoods with outages included Richmond, Sunset, Hayes Valley, Forest Hill, all of Golden Gate Park. and the Presidio, parts of downtown and south of Market. Now, they said it stemmed from an issue at a substation. And they confirmed via Instagram that PG&E was assessing the damage at the substation into the early morning hours. I know they made a lot of progress this past day in getting that power restored, but yeah, you got the Waymos, week after week. We see scenarios of Waymos getting stuck, not knowing where to go, just blocking traffic.
My God, Steve, thanks for holding me over. I just love to be behind them Waymo vehicles out there in my damn old diesel 350 Ford. But they hate so much out there. They had to go to this crap. I'd love to shove their asses through the damn intersection so you can now get out of my way. Y'all figure it out later. I don't give a rat's ass. But, okay. That's just one burg of the whole damn United States, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Can we just imagine 10 years down the road, had the last administration still been controlling everything? We hadn't had somebody in there like Sean Duffy that has got a good head on his shoulders. We would have had all this autonomous crap out there. Steve, what the hell would have happened if we would have had a Cat 5 came in? Or a double Cat 5 that hit Florida, jumped across, and came up into the Gulf of America through Houston, through Dallas. It would have toppled this whole damn country, Steve. Everything's set at a damn stoplight because the stoplight's knocked down. Not only that the thing gets power.
No power. Don't know where to go. Where do we go?
But yeah, thank God for President Trump and his administration, because, I mean, this is the craziest. I was seeing that as like, actually, I'm glad we still can put the wrenches to it, put this crap back in the box, and walk away. Go back to the good old tried and true, good old taxi plan, the good old American truck driver plan, and keep America to rolling. It just, I can't get over how we almost came so close to going to the abyss. But, did you see where, I don't want to botch her name up, Steve, but do you see where some little black lady out of California jumped up on the stage with Erica Kirk?
I did not.
And basically has taken that damn Gavin Newsom to task. Oh, she's wanting to topple his ass so damn.
Oh,
can't pronounce.
Was Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I mean, go, girl.
Yeah.
I mean, she was hitting it out of the park. But one last thing. Something else I just seen. Is Michigan going to have a football program after things that I've just been reading here in the last 24, 36 hours?
Yeah.
Coming out.
Good question. I mean, as far as being able to recruit, is that what you mean? And I mean, how many players
I'm looking at all this hacking that coach done.
Yeah.
Literally going into people's device or players' devices. Hang that son of a bitch. Be done with it. I'm sorry. Harbaugh might have been in the wrong. I could give a rat's ass less about Harbaugh being in the wrong, but this, what we got left in Michigan, or what was Michigan, Steve, I can say this firmly. Go Buckeyes. Whenever y'all go to them up there, beat their asses and beat them at home. I'm a Buckeye fan now. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Plowboy. Have a good morning. Yeah, going to be interesting to see what kind of impacts, all this, shenanigans there in Michigan. All right, Jason, good morning. Steve here in Dallas, Texas, waiting to get unloaded with a load of steel. 59 degrees, cloudy skies, but the roads are dry. Listening family, be safe out there. Let's go to the electric vehicles. He's talking the likes of Waymo. And over the weekend, this one is actually, I believe, out of New York, yes. And the electric vehicle hits just keep on coming. Just a day after the manufacturing giant Ford Motors announced they were going to be eating a sizable $19.5 billion bullet for putting too many other eggs in the electric vehicle basket. A WIVB TV report is pouring even more cold water on the left's electric vehicle craze as New York shifts to meet the new statewide mandate that requires all purchased school buses to be electric. Parents have already identified a significant issue, especially in the rather chilly Empire State. According to the report from WIVB, parents in the Lakeshore Central School District are speaking out, claiming that some bus drivers are turning the heat down or off completely in an attempt to conserve the battery life on their electric school buses. The report says the kids are coming home saying their bus is freezing cold, and parents are giving them hand warmers. The key issue at hand is that the heating system in buses, like all electric vehicles, draws from the same electrical power source that the bus itself relies on. Apparently, every single furious parent that WIVB spoke to was able to cite at least one report of the buses breaking down. One parent says the bus broke down en route. They deployed a substitute bus, and the bus was more than 30 minutes late. My son stood outside for over 35 minutes waiting for a bus that wasn't coming. Some of these kids are out there for upwards of a half hour or more while the bus makes its route. There's no reason that the kids should be freezing for all that time. And absolutely, that parent is 100% correct. There's no reason kids should be freezing trying to get to school. But there's a reason why these kids are freezing. The electric vehicle obsessed left and Democrats. The EV bus policy passed in an overwhelmingly blue state based on their larger bid to push electric vehicles on everyone, whether you want it or not. As we know, former President Biden was a big proponent of that push, and his since stripped subsidies are why Ford is facing a nearly $20 billion hit. And most Democrats agreed in lockstep. It doesn't take an expert to tell you this was a terrible idea, especially when it comes to school buses. The lefties forcing taxpayers to pay millions of dollars for electric buses that are clearly inferior to traditional buses. When you've got a leftist outlet like PBS warning about electric vehicle performance in the cold, they reported last year cold weather can cut electric vehicle range and make charging difficult. It was pretty easily foreseeable that there would be these sorts of issues with electric school buses, but the Democrats steamrolled ahead anyways, sacrificing the safety of kids at the altar of climate change, as they call it. It's about 15 before the hour. 844-844-3388. Back in two.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to James, chiming in via YouTube this morning, stating it looks like over 300,000 illegal mail-in ballots were counted in Fulton County, Georgia in the 2020 election. They practically admitted that over the weekend. Yes, I have the details before me. We'll break that down coming up as well. Lots to cover as we get the new week underway. But first, finishing up, Plowboy mentioned Cuba. Cuba's deepening economic collapse could soon tip it into outright breakdown as U.S. pressure on Venezuela threatens to choke off the oil lifeline that's kept the island afloat, according to the Wall Street Journal Sunday. Already grappling with food shortages, prolonged blackouts, spreading disease, and mass immigration, more than a quarter of Cuba's population has left in the last 5 years amid what's become the country's longest, most severe economic crisis. Now, Washington's efforts to restrict Venezuelan oil exports through tanker seizures and enforcement actions actually risk cutting off the crucial source of fuel for Cuba's power plants, transportation system, and very fragile private sector. Venezuela remains Cuba's most important energy supplier, covering roughly 40% of the oil Havana has to import. While shipments have already fallen sharply from their peak years ago, analysts warn any further disruption could have catastrophic consequences. Energy experts say a sharp drop in crude from Venezuela would likely trigger a full-scale economic collapse of the island. With the pressure campaign against Nicolas Maduro intensifying, including the stepped-up U.S. military presence in the Caribbean and enforcement actions now targeting those sanctioned tankers, one vessel carrying nearly 2 million barrels has already been seized. We don't have the numbers on the second seizure over the weekend, and a third vessel being pursued as we speak. Cuba's reliance on Venezuela runs far deeper than energy, they say, since the early 2000s. Havana has provided doctors, trainers, intelligence operatives to Caracas in exchange for subsidized oil. Cuban security personnel continue to play a role in protecting Maduro and rooting out internal dissent, according to some former officials. In other words, the Cuban government is deeply invested in his survival. Now, with limited ability to counter the U.S. power directly, Havana has responded with fiery rhetoric, denouncing the tanker seizures, warning that these actions threaten regional stability. Cuban leaders argue these are pushing the country toward a humanitarian disaster at a time when their living conditions are already dire. Inside Cuba, the situation has deteriorated rapidly. The power grid is near collapse. Blackouts can last most of the day, and basic services, hospitals, schools, sanitation are increasingly unreliable. Garbage is piling up. Water access is intermittent. Mosquito-borne illnesses are spreading. Economists say the scale of the crisis rivals and in some respects exceeds the post-Soviet special period of the 1990s. Their economy has shrunk roughly 15% since 2018. Inflation has surged nearly fivefold. The peso has created on the informal market surveys suggest nearly 90% of Cubans now live in extreme poverty, with a large majority say they plan to leave the country. Now, while some Cubans survive on money sent from relatives elsewhere, those dependent on state salaries face conditions that many describe as untenable. Analysts warn further declines in Venezuelan oil shipments could push an already fragile system past the point of recovery. Again, that was Wall Street Journal this past day. All right, so the plot kind of thickens. So what do you say, horse feathers, on a Monday?
Good morning, Your Honor. I don't know. Do we do Mike, I don't know, what, like in for like 5 minutes, and then it's Friday Eve or something? And I don't know. How's this week working for us here?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's pretty much Friday Eve, right? For me.
Yeah, I'm thinking so, at least. Maybe like the 3 o'clock hour. Does it switch to Friday Eve at the 3 o'clock hour or something for the last couple hours somewhere? I don't know. Anyways, hey, so last week there, we were talking there. You gave us some rain there Thursday night into Friday and that. And, yeah, that was some good rain there to come along there. And I don't know. I think it continued on into Friday into Saturday. I don't know, somewhere there. Anyway, well, Thursday into Friday was the show. So, anyways, it ended up that it was dark and wet, and just these LED headlights that I got in this truck here are very, I guess you call them Plano. I mean, they project very straight, flat, right out of the front of the truck, and they don't shine down to the road. And it's very, very hard to see when roads get wet and everything and dark, and then you get oncoming lights and high beam headlights and the mirrors and coming at you. And it's like, you know, and I don't care how much people want their propane. If I can't see to get it to them, I'll just wait and see. And then the other problem is that we had all the pre-treatment and road grime and everything. Mm-hmm. Heck, I wasn't half an hour to 45 minutes down the road, and my mirrors were covered over so bad you couldn't see out of them to back into places. And my 2 deliveries required backing into blind spots and dark holes. And it's like, you know, this all can wait for Saturday. And so anyways, or Friday night. And so we pretty much gave up early. We tried giving you a ringy dingy there, but didn't ever get through. You guys were talking all your college football stuff there, and I don't know. I guess you would have been better off taking my call than talking college football by the sounds of it. But
yeah, by picking Oklahoma and Texas A&M, yeah, that was 2 no-goes.
Yeah, so that's what I heard there. So, anyways, but yeah, so I don't know. We got a whole lot of news, and we did some other work there over the weekend and ran our clock out. So we had to start, I don't know, about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon there, Sunday afternoon, to start finishing Saturday's work. So we got that done. Now we're into doing Monday's work there. So I don't know. We should be done. Should be done about the same time you are, Your Honor. How would that be?
That'll work. That's good.
And yep. So anyways, there. I don't know, not a whole lot of other things happened there. It got kind of, I don't know, we had all the wind, seems like most of the winds died down at this point. It was a little warmer, but back to being on the chilly side, down closer to the freezing mark, I guess. And I don't know. Somebody said something about yesterday going into today possibly was the shortest day of the year. So I guess now we get to look forward to every day having more time of daylight every day, Your Honor. Days are getting longer. And I don't know. They were saying something about one of the meteorologists I saw there said that there's supposed to not be any moon out tonight. So I guess if you're somewhere with clear skies, if you peek up towards the heavens some with the lack of illumination from the lunar moon up there, you should be able to see falling stars a little easier tonight there if you're in, that lower output of light and everything. But anyways there. So, hey, question about these cars, these electric cars, your Waymo and, your ride, your electric ride car. Those cars are all electric, right? Those self-driving cars, they're all on the electric grid, right?
To my knowledge, yes. I don't think they're hybrids. They're electric, yeah.
All right. So, well, anyways, they're all coming to Baltimore. I guess Baltimore is the next on the list, sanctuary city and, liberal and all that. So Baltimore's got all the self-driving ride share cars coming. Now, if they're electric, they got to have a little meter in them there that says when they're going to run out of electricity, right?
So that they know that they have to get off the road, I would say, yeah, absolutely. But we have to pause there. Back after the break.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Rand Paul has called for full transparency in the Epstein files, saying the partial release undermines public trust. He also criticized U.S. military actions abroad, calling the Venezuela ship seizures and Syria strikes provocative and a prelude to war. He emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary foreign entanglements. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
It isn't the job of the American soldier to be the policeman of the world, so I'm not for confiscating these liners. I'm not for blowing up these boats.
On health care, he opposed extending the subsidies, advocating instead for market-based negotiation to lower premiums. Senator Tim Kaine criticized the Trump administration over the partial release of Jeffrey Epstein files, calling for full transparency while questioning the DOJ compliance. Kaine appeared on NBC's Meet the Press.
They didn't want to do it to release files. So when they actually do release files, and it's a fraction of what's available, and it's heavily redacted, and then a day later they pull material back, the facts that I've just laid out for you show why so many people are really suspicious. All these files need to come out.
Warning that conflicting explanations for recent boat strikes, narco trafficking, oil, or regime change leave the public confused. A spokesman for Bill Clinton is defending the former president after he appeared prominently in the Epstein files that have been released.
The batch of investigative files released Friday were heavily redacted, though included many photos of Clinton. His deputy chief of staff claimed on X that the Justice Department is, quote, shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever. This isn't about Bill Clinton, never has, never will be. I'm Lisa Carton.
CBS News abruptly pulled a planned segment on the Trump administration's deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador's CSOT prison from 60 Minutes, citing a need for additional reporting. They will air that report at a later date. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Jim Beam says they will pause bourbon production for a year at its Maine, Kentucky distillery beginning next year, citing weaker demand. Industry leaders point to trade tensions with Canada, falling U.S. spirit exports, and shifting consumer habits as more Americans, especially younger adults, cut back on drinking. Texas Congressman Pat Fallon sits on the House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees, praised President Trump's actions in Venezuela, calling them bold and necessary to stop the flow of drugs and protect American interests. Fallon appeared on Fox News.
We have a commander-in-chief that's acting in the best interest of the United States. So we always are concerned about an escalated conflict, but I'm very, very confident in the capabilities of the American military.
Fallon highlighted the strikes on narco-terrorist vessels, sanctions on Venezuelan oil, and the broader goal of supporting freedom in Venezuela as well as Cuba, while criticizing Democrats for opposing these operations. Internet sensation turned boxer Jake Paul got knocked out by Anthony Joshua on Friday night's live-streamed fight from Miami.
Paul lasted 6 rounds before Joshua, a 2-time unified world heavyweight champion, scored a knockout and broke Paul's jaw in 2 places. Paul now has a career record of 12-2 with wins over older boxers like Mike Tyson and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. In a post on X after the fight, Paul wrote, "Jaw broken, adding time to rest, recover, and return to cruiserweight." I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, another hour underway here on a Monday. Ready or not, greatest day of the week. All right, Horse Feathers mentioned, the days will. Initially, it's a few seconds each day. Yeah, where the sun comes up earlier, sun sets later. It gradually increases to where you'll be gaining several minutes on either side as we progress through the winter and get ready for the springtime. Days gradually get longer. So yeah, we're officially into winter, right? Winter solstice over the weekend. Almost forgot about that. All right, where did we leave off there, Horse Feathers? Welcome back.
Oh, well, just to finish up with that real quick there. Isn't it amazing, though, that, we get to now, we've had this cold snap, and we all think it's been cold, and now the days are going to get longer. We're going to have more sunshine, and
but it gets colder.
How come the days keep getting colder?
Right.
How come the next 2 months, while the days get longer, the cold grows stronger? What's up with that? That doesn't seem right. It just doesn't. I don't know. Anyways, maybe we can get a AccuWeather God in here to really come in and elaborate why that happens. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. But anyway, so we were talking that, you get your little Waymo or whatever rideshare car you have, and you call it up there and say, hey, you got to take me to the airport because I'm going to get on the, plane to fly down to Florida to meet Steve Summers, to get on the big boat, to go out on the, the overnight drive cruise. And what happens when you get halfway to the airport and this little gate says, hey, dingy, 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 we only have enough electric to get back to where we got to charge at.
We're out of juice.
Yeah, so do they just throw you out there on your way to the airport, or do they not tell you and you just end up back at the charging station, back where the car has to, I don't know, do they have a robot? Does Rosie the robot from the Jetsons come out and plug the cars in, or how does that work, Your Honor?
Yeah.
But I'm just, I don't know. I guess Baltimore's going to find out. It's going to be the next on the list to find out there. Not only is the problem of the school buses the cold, and the kids being cold, well, they got to worry about being hot, Your Honor, because occasionally those buses have a tendency to get slightly on the toasty side.
Yeah.
When batteries decide to explode, and and I don't know. I've been told that like these smaller batteries and that you got for your cordless drills and that, and I usually don't get any of the knockoff batteries. I usually say, if you got the yellow and black ones, I get the name brand yellow and black, or if you got the red ones, stay with the name brand red ones, and their chargers. I don't go to the discount Amazon, order of the price chargers for those batteries. And from what I understand, when one of those batteries decides to let go, it's about like spraying napalm all over the place when they explode. So they kind of spray all over and cause all kinds of problems. But apparently, now I've just heard about this. I haven't seen them yet myself. Supposedly, they actually have bags that you can store your batteries in. So, if you got your lithium-ion batteries that you've been charged, or, I'm not sure if you can actually put them in the bag while they're charging, but they're supposed to contain the, the substance and everything inside the bag. And at least, if you keep it smothered, maybe you can keep it contained to one little area where you might be able to throw the bag out the window or the back door, or hopefully you're keeping them out in your garage if you have a garage, or out in your shed or somewhere other than your living place. But definitely make sure that you don't have them charging or on the chargers there when you're sleeping and stuff like that. But anyways, I don't know. That's my 2 cents there on the electric stuff and that. As I say, I just was always kind of curious what happened. We saw what happened when, how many did they order that time that they did that flash deal there where they tried to see if they could get 50 or 100 of these things all ordered to the same spot, got them all screwed up into one alleyway or something there. But I'm just wondering how badly screwed up it gets when they decide that they're out of power and they have just enough power to go back to where they need to. I don't know. Be interesting to see. All I know is I see all these electric scooters all over the place in Baltimore. They do have those already, those little electric scooters, and I don't know where you're supposed to leave them when you're done with them, but I don't know. They're always like on the sidewalks and intersections, and heck, I've seen a couple of them being fished out of the Inner Harbor. I don't know. You tell me. Who parks their scooter in the Inner Harbor, right in the water? I don't know, but I guess it didn't float. But anyways, Your Honor, other than that, that's what we got going for you, and I guess maybe we'll check back in tomorrow on what? Oh, Casual Friday, huh? Already? What happened to him?
Yeah, right. Yeah, Merry Christmas, horse feathers. Hey, a lot of folks have wrapped it up for the year already. Some making those final one or two on Lauren Weiss, wrapping things up here after tonight's run. Home for the holidays. All right, let me see. I got Philip in Florida just ahead. First, let's get to Vic, I believe. What's happening, Vic?
Oh, not a lot of anything. I remember those days, everybody trying to get home for Christmas, and some people would try to kind of help the situation, didn't mind working over Christmas. When I turned to an empty nester, I tried doing that a few times, and it seemed like I wound up setting more than anything else, and they'd send some family guy out on a run. So I just quit volunteering. But as we approach this season, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you. If this is the last time I call in, but what I was calling about was, did you see where they had the flu outbreak up there in Canada? One of those provinces right there on the United States border. And it turns out that they had actually, the vaccine they had given didn't match up with the variant of flu that was causing the flu outbreak. And whenever you're talking about Grump there had the COVID, that just kind of reminded me. I seen that over the weekend. So I don't know, what's happening here in the United States, if we're starting to have a flu outbreak or not. But just the plain old variety of flu could cause a lot of problems. And the other thing, too, you were mentioning about all this electrical problems they're having, that mysterious outer space thing is supposed to be headed towards Earth or whatever. Well, I forget what they call it, A1.
31 Atlas, or 3i Atlas, whatever.
There you go. Yeah. But I also seen that somewhere along the line there's a juncture between Jupiter's gravity and the sun's gravity, that object is supposed to be transiting in that area. So here sometime in the next few days, like I said, I don't really follow space stuff much, but I don't know, is that going to cause any sort of an electrical
disruption like EMP or anything of that nature. So the whole thing with that electrical stuff, they just got the cart ahead of the horse. And it sounds to me like those school buses should be mandated to have an APU on board, and the old-fashioned catalytic heaters that they've used in pairing barns for years and don't really draw that much electricity, to be on those buses to make sure that the kids that are traveling in cold zones don't have to get frosted up or anything like that, because that's usually a precursor to colds and flus also. So I don't know. They just simply got the cart ahead of the horse. And most of those electrical vehicles, if they have like a hybrid or a generator, they use the transmission in those vehicles to generate electricity rather than just having a standalone generator or alternator for that. So, to make sure that they can keep everything charged up to where it can at least keep on operating, keep the batteries warm or something. So that was just a couple of things. And the other thing too, you were talking about those. I heard Rand Paul talking about all that stuff about the oil tankers and all that. Well, since the early 1800s, the United States has always stopped flag vessels, and they stopped slave ships from coming off the west coast of Africa. So this isn't a new thing. And the Treaty of the Seas is if a vessel is not properly flagged from the country, they're subject to seizure, like when they come to port or anything. And talking about that, Ghana, which was one of the major export points for slaves, they want the American people, black people, to come back to Ghana after they get their reparations from America. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You guys were the ones that were exporting people to the slaves to America, and it wasn't only North America, it was South America. So shouldn't Ghana also be offering reparations to these people? I mean, so I'll just let you go with that, Steve.
All right, there you go, Vic. And like I said, if we don't talk before, have a Merry Christmas. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let's head on down to the Sunshine State this early Monday and say hello to Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Doing all right. Got a short work week, so it's like Friday Eve already.
Oh, so you're going to work today and tomorrow, and then you're out for the rest of it, or are you going to come back New Year's week, or are you going to be off that week too?
Slated to be in Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, their New Year's week.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, you were talking about Cuba earlier. That is going to be very bad for Cuba if Venezuela's oil stops. I mean, if you look at the map, that's the closest place that can get oil to Cuba. And if you cut that off, it's going to be kind of hard for Russia and China to get it over there to them, because they're the only other two that are supplying it to them that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
The Castro family has really sent. I know Fidel got control of everything and did everything over there, but since Fidel died, Cuba has just been going down and down. I mean, it's been spiraling down big time. You know, it's one of those situations over there. If those people are going to be really hurt. I mean, you think about it, Steve. They just went through a hurricane, just like Jamaica did. That hurricane went over them too as well. So they're coming back from that, and they have all that poverty and all that economical stuff going on down there. It's the economy stuff down. It's a bad situation for that country, and if we were bad guys, we could take that country over in a heartbeat.
Mm-hmm. I
know we could. I just don't think we want to do that. It wouldn't look correct for the world. But this Venezuelan thing, I think it's going to get rough, and it's going to get ugly. And I mean, what we're seeing, and I'm not trying to compare the two as each, but you remember we saw some ships bound in Yemen down in the straits that had terrorists coming onto them with helicopters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people that see that kind of stuff with our Coast Guard doing that, and they're like, what the heck is that? Coming in with a Seahawk helicopter and rappelling down onto the ship. And, the two look almost identical, those two situations. I know there's totally two different deals. But, there's people out there that look at that kind of media and get a perception of that. And it's like, what the heck? Or what is our government doing? And so I think we need to pay attention to it. I'm getting off of that and into the space a little bit. Mr. Eisman, he got put in there, Steve, and
right.
He's already stirring the pot a little bit. He's stirring a competition up between SpaceX and Blue Origin for that lunar rover and that lunar lander. And he said it like this. He said the first one that develops it, and it's developed and everything is copacetic and we can get it going, they're going to be the one that gets the contract. So he's pushing both of those companies. He's not siding with SpaceX like we thought we was, but Blue Origin and SpaceX are going to be the dominant two companies in the space industry over here, and I think it's going to be huge. So we'll see how that plans out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to get to that Greg Biffle thing. We talked about that last week with the death of Greg Biffle. That system that they seen, and you remember, Steve, you were reading about what the airplane was doing, where it made its turns, and how it was going up and down and all that stuff. The ADS-E or ADS-B system. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure do.
That system is the same thing as a black box. The only thing that system doesn't have in it is what the data is for the airplane, how it's actually, the engines are performing, the performance levels of it. But as far as altitude and all that other stuff, it's doing it. Now, today we've seen in the last few months with the government shutdown about the air traffic controllers. They control this system. This system is more bigger than what people think. It's not your traditional radar. What's crazy about this system is it has the ability for one airplane to see another airplane's information because it's a surveillance system. That's what part of the name of it is. You can look it up on Google or any of that. And he had a voice recorder in the plane too, Steve, and that's already being looked at by the NTSB.
Right.
And we haven't heard too much about the Duttons. The Duttons were the pilots, supposedly, that were flying the airplane. We haven't heard too much about them. I mean, we've heard about their backgrounds, their experience as far as being pilots. But I think that is going to be looked at as well as an NTSB. And a lot of people are questioning, was Greg Biffle actually flying the airplane?
They don't know.
I personally don't think he was flying the plane. I think the Duttons were flying the plane. They were the hired pilots. So it's going to be a little bit of a long investigation, so to speak.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, what do you feel about the NTSB handling truck accidents the same way we handle train accidents, airplane accidents? What do you think about that?
Yeah, what do you mean by how they handle it? I mean, the length of investigation?
Well, we're talking nuclear are these nuclear verdicts and stuff? Do you think, I know you're coming up on that time too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think these would help these nuclear verdicts if the NTSB got involved with major truck accidents? I'm pretty sure they get involved with bus accidents, especially when a lot of folks have perished. So I'll stand over by the side and let you do what you need to do if you want to hold me over.
All right, we'll take care of that. Yeah, and as far as, you had a little more on the Biffle scenario. We'll get to coming up. One of those reports that came out over the weekend, though, is that every parent's worst nightmare is learning that they're going to have to attend their own child's funeral. And I guess a close second would be getting an ominous message from your child. And supposedly the mother of Greg Biffle's wife did experience both. Apparently, according to just before her death, Christine had messaged Kathy, her mom, stating, "We're in trouble." Kathy said she texted me from the plane and she said, "We're in trouble." That was it. So we're devastated. Supposedly, a word from NTSB is, I think someone else may have texted, say they wouldn't identify, but he did say, "I can confirm the NTSB is aware of one brief text from a passenger on board the aircraft that read, quote, emergency landing." Now, Graham said we're not aware of any other communications from passengers on board the aircraft to those on the ground. But yeah, we'll hold the thought there. We'll give you, again, a little more detail, what they've uncovered thus far. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Rand Paul has called for full transparency in the Epstein files, saying the partial release undermines public trust. He also criticized U.S. military actions abroad, calling the Venezuela ship seizures and Syria strikes provocative and a prelude to war. He emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary foreign entanglements. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
It isn't the job of the American soldier to be the policeman of the world, so I'm not for confiscating these liners. I'm not for blowing up these boats.
On health care, he opposed extending the subsidies, advocating instead for market-based negotiation to lower premiums. CBS News abruptly pulled a planned segment on the Trump administration's deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador's CSOT prison from 60 Minutes, citing a need for additional reporting. They will air that report at a later date. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people. But it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 31st and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. All right. Yes, according to this report, the explanation for the quick return to Statesville Regional Airport by the Citation 500 carrying Greg Biffle, his family, and 3 other people, not yet determined, but that is the focus of the investigation, obviously, according to the National Transportation Safety Board spokesman. Safety Board member Michael Graham said the business jet was in the proper position for landing, stable, and its landing lights were on, but it was below the runway that's on a hill, making it too low to land safely. The aircraft's low elevation caused it to hit trees and runway approach lighting systems before crashing short of the runway, exploding in flames as it slid across the ground and onto the runway. about 10 minutes after taking off from the airport. I mentioned before the break, Graham said, I can confirm the NTSB is aware of one brief text message, which read, and I quote, emergency landing. He declined to identify the family member out of respect for those who lost their loved ones. People magazine had reported that Christina Biffle, Greg's wife, texted her mother, as I mentioned, shortly before the crash saying, quote, we're in trouble. Graham said they still don't know who was piloting the plane. 3 people on the plane, including Biffle, possessed a pilot's license. He also said weather conditions at the time did not require an instant landing. During Saturday's final briefing, Graham said the 16-person team was recovering what they call perishable evidence and that the analysis portion would begin later. He said the system's crew had documented several items, including the debris field and flight controls. Said they would attempt to determine the aircraft's weight balance in regard to how it was loaded. Information from the cockpit voice recorder was being retrieved Saturday. Investigators also recovered avionics equipment, including the ground proximity warning system and the caution and warning panel from the instrument panel. The plane's electronic systems are being sent to a lab in Washington, D.C. to determine if the data on them can be retrieved or not. The maintenance logs for the plane have also been obtained. Graham said removal of the plane's wreckage was slated to begin Saturday. He anticipated releasing the scene back to local authorities, he said at the time, in 1 or 2 days. So that may have happened yesterday or maybe today. They do say they're expected to release their preliminary report within 30 days, but the final report won't be available probably for 12 to 18 months. Takes a long time to go through all that stuff. But all right, Philip, welcome back.
Yeah, big question is that ground proximity stuff, and that's going to be the stuff that tells them what's going on. Could the airplane have had an issue with its altimeter and the electronic systems that tells the altitude? There was a low ceiling that day, and things were starting to get bad when they came back. When they were out there, when they left, everything was great. But when they were coming back, the ceiling was starting to come down, and things were starting to happen with the weather. And there's a lot of speculation about the height, like you said. The standard that tells where the runway is, it's 1,800 feet away from the end of the runway. That is the furthest light standard that tells where the runway is. They hit that light standard. That was like one of the first points of impact. So there's going to be a lot of questions about it, and they're going to go through it. But like I was saying earlier, Steve, this NTSB thing, we might have to go that way with trucks eventually, with all these nuclear verdicts and stuff. You might have to have an organization like the NTSB investigating these accidents. Like, take, for instance, that accident that happened down in Fort Pierce with that illegal that killed 6 people. We might have to see stuff like that happen with our government. And I'm telling you, a lot of you guys are out there, and you've got clout in the industry. Believe it or not, even though you're just a driver, you still have clout in the industry. You can talk with OIDA. You can talk with a lot of different organizations and lobby your congressman to put this in place. You're talking about truck parking and all this stuff. We've talked about it time and time again. I just went by Longwood exit up there in Longwood, Florida, and that exit, or the Longwood rest area, and it's completely full of trucks. If not, there's trucks everywhere up there. Now, if things were planned, like same way they are planned with airplanes, like flights, you would not have a lot of this truck parking issues like you have. Now, it might limit the amount of trucks that are on the road, which might make it a little harder to find a job, that kind of thing happening, if the government deemed to do that. and it would put a lot more government involvement in our system. You know, it's one of those things we got to look at, and I know it's been touchy over the years. You know, the issues with the brokers. You know, look at the airlines and look at the airplanes, cargo planes. All that stuff is mandated by the government. The government watches how many flights go out. They watch who's flying what, when, how, and where. And it's the same way with general aviation as we've seen in this accident. You know, so it's one of those touchy subjects.
Right.
Now, getting on to about the electric car that's going to pick you up and take you around, and what happens if the battery runs out. Okay, well, what's going to happen is the AI is going to tell the dispatcher, who is the person that's physically sitting behind a computer watching this car, which has to for right now because of government mandates, that, hey, I need some energy. You got to get me some energy. I'm pretty sure they're going to send a backup car to get them people out and go to wherever they got to go. Now, here's my question about electric vehicles. How come in electric vehicles, no different than a car, we have a primary source of energy? That means you have a fuel tank that supplies that engine with fuel. In electric, you've got that battery that supplies it. Why not have a separate battery? I know in the charging system, a separate charging system with like an auxiliary power unit, as Vic alluded to, and powering that stuff. Instead of having everything drawing off one battery, which is what they've got going on now, they draw off one big old battery that pulls everything. Instead of having that, have batteries for that, have batteries for the environmental systems, because we have to maintain it. That's what they need to do with the buses. They need a separate battery that maintains the environmental system of the bus, just like an aircraft does or anything of that nature. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and y'all have a safe one and Merry Christmas.
All right, Philip, always thank you for your input, your insight. Thanks for checking in. We did have some other space news to get to. Yeah, SpaceX in particular. First couple of industry headlines here. Love's Travel Stops, they tell us, closing out the year, opening 2 new truck stops that will bring the company's total new truck parking spaces added this year to more than 1,400 around the country. On December 18, Love's announced the opening of new stores in Eloy, Arizona, and Milan Township, Ohio. With the addition of these 2 locations, Love's closes out the year having added 18 new locations and 1,408 truck parking spaces to the network in 2025. As far as the new locations, Eloy, Arizona, off Interstate 10 in Eloy, 13,978 square feet, 129 truck parking spaces. They will have a truck wash opening January of next year. You've got a Dunkin' and a Wendy's restaurant, 8 diesel bays, shower, laundry facilities, cat scale, 10 bobtail parking spaces, and 58 car parking spaces. There are several electric vehicle charging stations that will be opening next spring. The dog park as well. The Milan Township off I-90 at exit 118, over 15,000 square feet, 111 truck parking spaces. Looks like Hardee's restaurant, 8 diesel bays, 7 showers, laundry, cat scale, dog park. Okay. Love's continuing their expansion around the country. Meanwhile, in the state of Georgia, what's going on? We know that the likes of, you recall Rudy Giuliani was pretty much destroyed. Sidney Powell as well. Demands for accountability against Democrats who weaponized the justice system to silence the likes of Rudy and Sidney are mounting after Fulton County officials admitted to certifying over 315,000 votes despite major violations of election laws, meaning the votes were illegally counted. As a reminder, Joe Biden won the state of Georgia by about 11,000 votes. The narrative has shifted from defending the results of the 2020 election to now questioning why prosecutors like the district attorney Fani Willis pursued aggressive legal action against those who first reported election fraud. Giuliani was ruined by the Dems for calling them out on the election in Georgia in 2020. He was heavily punished for highlighting election workers, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who were seen pulling suitcases out from under tables, counting votes, and rerunning ballots through machines multiple times after everyone had been sent home for the night. Giuliani was slapped with a $148 million defamation judgment in 23, leading to bankruptcy, disbarment in multiple jurisdictions, inclusion in Willis's RICO indictment. Sidney Powell, who spearheaded Kraken lawsuits alleging vote-flipping schemes, pleaded guilty to misdemeanors in 2023, paid fines, and faced professional ruin. But the county's admission now comes after the judge, Scott McAfee, dismissed the election interference case against President Trump and his allies, including Giuliani and Powell, marking the end of the last criminal investigation tied to the allegations of fraud in the 2020 election. Critics say the dismissal, combined with the county admitting they certified the votes without the legally mandated signatures on the tabulator tapes to the tune of 315,000 votes, literally vindicates Powell and Giuliani. They also say it exposes a pattern of political persecution by Democrats who wanted to bury evidence of what they call the fraud that handed Joe Biden a razor-thin victory in Georgia. If 315,000 votes were mishandled and certified illegally, why are the truth tellers the one who paid the price? Willis was, of course, recently brought in front of a committee investigating her handling of the election case. Many say her defiance and behavior during the hearing is proof of wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Fulton County officials admitted the vote tabulators were not signed during a recent state election board hearing, which means the votes were counted illegally. Critics say this admission proves the election was stolen, something both Giuliani and Powell tried to expose directly after it happened. Yet now the Trump administration is suing for access to the 2020 ballots so they can investigate what many view as a deliberate sabotage of election integrity. Here's the details. Over 130 tabulator tapes, which are crucial for verifying scans of around 315,000 early ballots, did not have mandatory signatures. That breaks election laws designed to prevent fraud. However, these votes were certified anyway, meaning the votes were counted illegally. Prior state investigations uncovered double-scanned ballots and other errors in Fulton County. However, they downplayed it as minor. The Georgia Secretary of State's office has referred multiple voter fraud cases for prosecution. While the case dismissed and the illegally counted votes come into light, calls to make Powell and Giuliani whole include to reverse judgments, reinstate licenses, even nominating Powell for roles like U.S. Attorney General, replacing Pam Bondi, have been floated in some of the conservative circles, they say. will return in 2. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
All right, just rolling into a new day. Get the new week started. Ready for those holiday travelers to hit the road. And what do you say, Knuckle Buster?
Well, the traffic's not too bad out here tonight, see? So I'm waiting on tomorrow night after that. So, wait a minute, I won't be out here tonight after that. So, anyway, well, you know, you just got to really be proud of our local, state, federal government there, Steve. You know, they just, they all think they're above the law there, but hey, I got news for them. Ain't nobody above it, right?
Right.
Well, they probably won't give Giuliani his money back. They'll say, "Oh no, well we don't know where it disappeared to, right?"
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it went in somebody's back pocket. Didn't go in mine. I really need to win that $1.6 billion lottery there, Steve. I can ease the pain of a lot of people. You and I be one of, or two of us. So, well, talking about them school buses there, Steve, they so cheap, they won't even put seatbelts on them school buses to protect them kids. You know, have a wreck in a school bus there, your kid's probably going to get hurt. So, did you ever get caught up on Landman?
You know what? I watched about a half of one episode. I was so tired I had to call it a night. So, no, I'm not caught up yet.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, in one of them there, she's playing around, get down there doing that hop two on Billy Bob Thornton there. So, he was laughing so damn hard during that scene. So he was funny there. But I missed a golden opportunity like that. We were out on a date the other night, and she was driving my pickup, and I should have raised that center console, got over there and done a hot tour on her. So, see if I could get her to put her hand on the back of my head there. Right? Anyway, enough of all that. So, we got about another hour or so. Well, let's see. Yeah, you're almost 3 o'clock. So you still got 2 hours to go, don't you?
That is correct. Yeah, coming up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, right?
West Coast.
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, I was running Vegas there the last 2 weeks there, and I'm glad they didn't have another one. I was kind of tired of going back out there. So, but they built a new Love's out there at Winslow, Arizona. So that kind of surprised me. I didn't even know that thing had been built. So, but them Love's there, they can spread all the love they want to on me, Steve. All them gals in there anyway. So, every morning we'll keep trucking on down here. And Dallas lost again yesterday, didn't they?
They did, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wonder who's going to get fired at the end of this season. Well, the greatest day of the year is almost coming up there, Steve, on the 28th. So I'll get back quiet and you can get that commercial break in there.
All righty, just around the corner. You got it there. Knucklebusters, safe travels out there. Indeed, coming up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. As we roll into our next hour, let's see if we can't maybe set the record straight. There's a lot of rumors, rumblings, misinformation, disinformation about what is changing, what is, when it comes to emissions. On the big trucks, President Trump has executed numerous actions that directly affect truck emissions since returning to office, right, including those related to California, diesel exhaust fluid and diesel particulate filters. What do these changes do? And more importantly, what do they not do? Was the question answered by the folks at Landline and OOIDA. It's been just less than a year since Trump's second term, yet years' worth of environmental policies targeting truck emissions are either completely gone or on the chopping block, to say the least. Although that's been good news for the industry, the rapid pace of developments has left many truckers confused. So they kind of broke it all down as to what's happened and what it means for the men and women behind the wheel. We'll dissect that, again, coming up in our next hour. And, of course, get your phone calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Representatives Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna criticized the Justice Department over the partial release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, calling it a slap in the face to survivors during a CBS Face the Nation appearance.
Most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi. And that doesn't require going through the court.
Building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
They say key documents, including a 60-count indictment and prosecution memos, remain hidden. Oklahoma Senator James Langford says the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan vessels is aimed at stopping drug trafficking, not forcing regime change. Langford appeared on CNN's State of the Union.
We've got to stop the flow of cocaine coming out of Venezuela and out of Colombia. We've got to be able to stop that because it's directly coming to the United States.
While noting Venezuelans voted against President Maduro, he warned against U.S. military intervention, citing past failures. In St. Paul, Minnesota, an ICE agent fired shots at a Cuban illegal alien after the man struck two agents with his SUV and bit one during an attempted escape. No one was seriously injured. All were taken to the hospital for evaluation. The man entered our country back in 2024 under a now discontinued Biden-era asylum program. Ambassador Monica Crowley, the chief of protocol, says the Trump administration is gearing up for Freedom 250, a nationwide celebration of America's 250th birthday. She appeared on Fox News Sunday.
We are going to launch a whole series of nationwide events, including America's great National State Fair with all 50 states represented on the National Mall. We are going to have UFC 250 in June on the South Lawn of the White House. We're going to have a massive national prayer event as well on the National Mall.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A small South Carolina town is keeping a nativity scene in its marketplace, despite the mayor's request to have it removed, citing separation of church and state. Local residents and council members support keeping the Christmas display, emphasizing that Christmas is about the birth of Jesus.
I'm not taking it down. If they want to take it down, they can take it down. But if they take it down, we'll take all our decorations down, because that's just how strongly I'm convicted about this.
The committee behind it says faith and tradition must remain central to the holiday. Rap star Nicki Minaj praised President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at Turning Point USA's America Fest on Sunday, calling them powerful, relatable, and full of heart. She also slammed California Governor Gavin Newsom.
Dear Newsom, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly.
Minaj's appearance marked the first America Fest since Charlie Kirk's assassination. It drew over 30,000 attendees. Well, there's still no winner in the $1 billion Powerball lottery.
Nobody matched all six numbers in Saturday night's drawing for $1.5 billion, so the jackpot rolls over to Monday night's drawing when it will be worth an estimated $1.6 billion. That makes it the fifth largest U.S. lottery jackpot ever. 8 tickets in Saturday's drawing matched 5 of the 6 numbers to win $1 million each. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, a new day coming our way, 22nd of December. The Christmas countdown officially on, 3 days away. All right, hello to Thomas, who checked in a bit earlier, who says, hello, Steve. I listen to you every night. I'm listening to you in the Philippines on vacation. I love your show. All right, thank you so much, Thomas. Check in sometime. All right, Kevin's on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello to Billy. Good morning, Steve, the overnight drive, folks. Happy greatest day of the week. Now, James pointed out, he said, don't forget, that means 2 Senate seats were, in all likelihood, stolen in Georgia as well. Good point. Oh, I know, that's a bombshell that's definitely making the headlines. What are we going to do about it? Nothing. Hello to John. John Bryson, Merry Christmas, one and all, checking in from Albany, New York tonight. Okay, rest of the story. What kind of impacts do all these changes in executive orders, elimination of emission requirements, what is a rumor and what is true? What is false? One rumor is, any truck can now operate in California. Apparently that is false. Multiple California truck emission rules are no longer valid. Does that mean any and every truck can operate in the Golden State? At the tail end of the last White House administration, the California Air Resources Board cleared several truck emission rules. Those included advanced clean trucks and the omnibus low NOx regulation. The advanced clean truck rule required an increasing percentage of truck manufacturers, Class 7 and 8 truck sales, to be zero direct emission trucks, as you recall. Meanwhile, the omnibus rule sets stricter truck emission standards for truck engines. While those rules fell directly on the manufacturers, the trucking industry would shoulder the cost. Truck drivers would likely have had to buy either a zero-emission truck or a diesel truck at an inflated price. Back in June, the president signed a set of regulations that killed CARB's rules. With those rules gone, purchasing a new truck in California is back to business as usual. That's pretty much the only change in California, they tell us. Rules dictating which trucks are allowed to operate remain in place. That means, yes, the clean truck check for nearly 3 years. Any truck operating in California must be registered and pass an emissions test, especially if your truck does not have a 2010 or newer engine. It's not allowed in California. Bottom line, if you couldn't drive in California before this year, you still cannot today. Another rumor is President Trump has ended diesel exhaust fluid. That is false. The Environmental Protection Agency is set to roll back 15 years' worth of truck emissions regulations. Diesel exhaust fluid requirements are not among them, they explain. Back in July, the EPA announced a rulemaking that would withdraw the 2009 endangerment finding. Many truck emission regulations implemented since 2010 hinge on that one document. Since that announcement, there's been a lot of chatter about what that means for diesel exhaust fluid. Long story short, DEF is not going anywhere, for now anyway. Once the endangerment finding is officially withdrawn, it does not automatically invalidate every rule and regulation that cites it. It may open the door to nullifying certain regulations, but that would require another set of actions, they explain. While the EPA did not eliminate DEF, it is trying to make the technology less burdensome. Here in August, the EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin, issued guidance for truck and engine manufacturers to update the DEF software. Specifically, they strongly urged manufacturers to reconfigure the derating schedule that prevents trucks from suddenly shutting down. Now, guidance, they explain, is not enforceable, but manufacturers are on board since they helped create it. New inducement schedules apply to only model year 2026 trucks and older. Schedules for newer trucks that go in effect next year will stay the same. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association said the new common sense schedules will help drivers maintain safe control of their vehicles as they fix a faulty DEF or SCR system. More flexible inducement speeds and times will help truckers finish their trip, plan for necessary maintenance, avoid parking their truck for an extended period simply because of a false alarm. Todd Spencer says nonsensical inducement rules have sidelined small business truckers for too long. This accelerated relief shows that what can be achieved when regulators hear directly from the people doing the job. We look forward to continued engagement with Administrator Zeldin and his staff to implement additional emission solutions. Now, there is a bill that would exempt some trucking operations from DEF requirements, introduced by Senators Dan Sullivan of Alaska and Cynthia Lumens of Wyoming. That is known as the Cold Weather Diesel Reliability Act, that would provide a year-round exemption for trucks that operate primarily in cold climates. Now, neither the House nor the Senate version has received any traction thus far, but bottom line, DEF is not going anywhere anytime soon, but trucks will not shut down without plenty of warning now. And final rumor is truckers can now delete the DPF. That is false, they tell us. President Trump pardoned a diesel mechanic that was sentenced for tampering with diesel particulate filters. So that means it's no longer illegal, right? Well, no. While it is true, the president did pardon Troy Lake, who had spent 7 months in federal prison for deleting diesel particulate filters. Tampering with truck emission controls is still illegal. Now, a pardon forgives criminal convictions. It does not erase the conviction itself, let alone the crime in its entirety. Like DEF systems, the EPA's current rulemaking on the 2009 endangerment finding has no direct effects on DPFs. That includes the requirement and the ban on tampering with them. Again, Cynthia Lumens of Wyoming has introduced a bill that could change all of that. The Diesel Truck Liberation Act would end the prosecution of anyone tampering with DEF or diesel particulate systems. It would also vacate existing related sentences. As the other bills, that bill has also not picked up any support at this time. So bottom line, tampering with diesel particulate filter systems is still a federal crime. Kind of setting the record straight there because, again, I've heard some of those rumors as well. Hey, you can just bypass your DPF system now. Rules are gone. No, false. All right, see if Eagle is on board here this early Monday.
Yeah. Okay, yes. Yeah, I'm still here on the road, headed back to Texas. Yeah, I should make it back Tuesday, tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but the next day or Tuesday. Yeah, if everything go good with the traffic. Yeah, I lost a little bit of time today looking at the football games. So, yeah, a waste of time. Why there wasn't too many? Well, there was one or two good. Well, that Detroit-Pittsburgh game was a good game, and Cincinnati, well, played a pretty good game. So I watched a couple of ball games because getting close to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but one quick note, right quick, before I get into the politics with Trump sports. Like I said, just like I said, and a lot of other people have said, Steve, that talked to you, called you. The NCAA made a bad mistake by putting Tulane and James Madison. Both teams got blown out. They got embarrassed. They could have had some two quality. They could have had better clubs. They could have had Texas in there, Notre Dame, BYU, and some other schools that were way more qualified than the two. Just because you win your conference doesn't mean anything. They like Nick Saban said, they didn't play nobody in their conference. That's why they won. So these idiots that make these decisions, they just embarrass themselves again by putting these schools in there that didn't deserve to be there. Something's got to be done. I'd rather have a computer pick the teams than have a human, because the human factor is always going to be a problem because emotions get involved. With a computer, they go by the numbers, win, loss, who you played, schedule strength. They go by, the computer is going to do it the right way. That's what they need to do. Forget about the human element, because anybody in their right mind know that James Madison nor Tulane deserved to be there, and it showed on the field when they got blown off.
Yeah,
blown out of the stadium. I didn't even watch neither one of the games. It's just like I told you, because I knew it wouldn't even be worth watching. Texas A&M, they was very disappointed. I don't know what happened to them. They couldn't even score a touchdown, but they got embarrassed in their own stadium by Miami. So I don't understand. Texas A&M played so good all year and won 11 games straight and then lost their last two games. So not a good way to end your season. But like I said, we can move on to the next round, and hopefully, like I said, the NCAA makes some changes with this deal next year, because this is a joke. Now, moving on to the politics deal with Trump. Like I said, you can't make these people happy, Steve. The Democrats, it doesn't matter what this guy does. They are not going to be happy because, first of all, they don't want him in the White House to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to see the price of food go down. They don't want to see gas go down. They don't want to see nothing go down. That's why it's so important, Steve. That's why Donald Trump is holding these rallies. He had another rally on Friday night. I didn't even know about it. I just happened to turn my phone on, and they said that Donald Trump was going to be speaking around 8 or 9 o'clock on Friday night. I listened to that. It's very important that the Republicans win the 26 midterms, Steve, because if he doesn't, the final 2 years, he's going to be a lame duck president. The Democrats are going to be, you're going to have that guy Al Green and all these other losers with this impeachment nonsense. They're going to try to get him impeached, which is a waste of time, but they're going to start doing that again, and they're going to throw roadblocks in Trump's way to try to make him look like a failure for the next 2 years, so people might be dumb enough to get a Democrat back in the White House. And like we've said, Steve, if a Democrat gets back in the White House, such as Gavin Newsom or Harris or anybody else they can come up with, the United States is done. We're finished. They're gonna open the border back up. Everything that Donald Trump is doing right now, they're gonna do the exact opposite, just like Joe Biden did. And I've already made up my mind, Steve. I told you this before the election, that if Trump was to lose, if the Democrats ever got it, and I love you ain't gonna find nobody who loves the United States more than I do. Like I say, I was born here, and I love the United States. But if a Democrat gets in, Steve, I'll probably be making my way out of the United States. I haven't decided what country I would relocate to, but I refuse to live in a country that doesn't have my best interest at hand, and that they have priority of people that are here illegally. I refuse to live in a country like that, where they're giving my tax money to people that don't belong here, and they're allowing people to come into this country at will. Like I said, 2028 is a very important year for me, because, like I said, if a Democrat gets back in, as much as I love the United States of America, I will make my way to another country. It's just that simple. Now, getting back to the situation with Venezuela, Steve, with Venezuela, like I said, the Democrats, they have a problem with everything Donald Trump do, with these boats that I don't give a damn, blow up as many of them as you can. These guys are transporting drugs into America, and they're the criminals, and they get whatever they deserve if they transporting dope drugs and to poison the United States people. And these Democrats, they have a problem with it. The hell with you, who cares? Donald Trump is in power now, not you. He do what the hell he want to do. And as far as the ships go with these bootleg oil, Donald Trump, they say that he could have up to three oil tanker ships in his possession of the United States, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing, because these people are doing illegal activities with these ships, and Donald Trump has every right to blockade Venezuela and confiscate these ships if he has to do what he thinks. If people in America ought to be happy, because we've already seen the price of fuel go down, Steve, and Donald Trump said that on Friday. In some states in America, fuel is down below $2 a damn gallon, and a lot of people never thought they would see fuel less than $2 a gallon in America after Joe Biden. Yep. So I don't care how many ships he takes, as long as I see that, as long as I see them numbers on that gas pump, on the fuel signs on the road going down, I don't give a damn how many ships he take over from Venezuela. Long as that's more money in my pocket and less money in the criminal's pocket. And anybody that's dumb enough to say that they don't like it, like I told you last week, get the hell out of the United States and find somewhere else to live, because we don't need you. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check
out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Meanwhile, I see where the daughter of the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, you're not real happy, kind of exploding at the Transportation Security Administration last Thursday after an interaction that she said almost caused her to miss her flight. Nearly missed my flight this morning after the TSA made me wait 15 minutes for a pat-down because I'm pregnant and did not feel like exposing my baby to radiation from the body scanner. Now, she said the agents were passive-aggressive, rude, tried to pressure me and another pregnant woman to just walking through the scanner because it's safe, they say. After finally getting the absurdly invasive pat-down, I barely made my flight. All this for an unconstitutional agency that isn't even good at their job, she says. Now, perhaps things would have gone a little more smoothly if I'd handed over my biometric data to a random private company. And then I could enjoy the special privileges of waiting in a shorter line. To be treated like a terrorist in my own country, is this freedom, she says? She summarized her experience as, quote, travel brought to you by George Orwell and the privilege of convenience based solely on your willingness to surrender biometric data and submit to radiation exposure. The golden age of transportation cannot begin until the TSA is gone, she says. Yeah, that post followed a bit of a briefer eruption, which says TSA equals unreasonable, warrantless searches of passengers and their property. That means it violates the Fourth Amendment. It is therefore unconstitutional. Please abolish. Sending that at Real Donald Trump and Secretary Noem. Okay. TSA is a division of the Department of Homeland Security. Neither they nor the DOT responded to questions from The Hill. It is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Rand Paul has called for full transparency in the Epstein files, saying the partial release undermines public trust. He also criticized U.S. military actions abroad, calling the Venezuela ship seizures and Syria strikes provocative and a prelude to war. He emphasized the need to avoid unnecessary foreign entanglements. He appeared on ABC's This Week.
It isn't the job of the American soldier to be the policeman of the world, so I'm not for confiscating these liners. I'm not for blowing up these boats.
On health care, he opposed extending the subsidies, advocating instead for market-based negotiation to lower premiums. CBS News abruptly pulled a planned segment on the Trump administration's deportation of Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador's CSOT prison from 60 Minutes, citing a need for additional reporting. They will air that report at a later date. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people. But it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 31st and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Going back to our Friday morning program, we are delving a bit into the executive order that had been signed on Thursday to reclassify marijuana Changing the classification, what kind of impact is that going to have when it comes to safety-sensitive jobs? Landline delves in, stating truck drivers with high expectations that President Trump's marijuana executive order to reclassify need to slow their roll. For the past week, the media circuits have been abuzz in anticipation of the executive order moving marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. So, for truck drivers, the blunt truth is it will not do anything to change the restrictions on marijuana use. Marijuana use, even medical marijuana, strictly prohibited by truck drivers under federal regulations. Without getting too far in the weeds, the executive order directed agencies to reclassify from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. According to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, marijuana, including a mixture or preparation containing marijuana, continues to be classified as a Schedule 1 controlled substance by the Drug Enforcement Agency or Administration. 21 CFR 1308.11 under the FMCSA regulations, which states a person is not physically qualified to drive a commercial vehicle if he or she uses any Schedule 1 controlled substance, such as marijuana. So why wouldn't a Schedule 3 classification change that? They explain, for starters, the president stressed that his marijuana executive order does not legalize marijuana in any way, shape, or form, and in no way sanctions its use as a recreational drug. What the order does is open the door to testing for medical use and potential nationwide medical marijuana. Schedule 3 substance is believed to have a moderate to low potential for physical and psychological dependence, they explain. Officials cited reviews conducted by the Department of Health and Human Services in 2023 that found more than 30,000 healthcare professionals recommended medical marijuana to more than 6 million patients for at least 15 different medical conditions. The executive order, however, would not legalize marijuana and would not change how law enforcement agencies handle marijuana-related arrests, they say, according to senior administration officials speaking to the New York Times. More importantly, and specifically to truck drivers, the federal regulations restrict the use of marijuana by name, not just by its classification as Schedule 1 or 3. The drugs for which tests are required under this part of the DOT regulations are named as marijuana, cocaine, amphetamines, PCP, and opioids. The real effect of the executive order will impact dispensary joints with tax breaks. Moving forward, the rollout of the directives in the marijuana executive order will determine if it's a high-stakes policy opening the door to broader legal use or just a puff piece, as they say, before truck drivers can legally ingest marijuana. The Department of Transportation would have to go through a rulemaking to remove that prohibition. That's not going to happen. We all know that rulemakings take a long time, so right now, just sit tight and stay sober, drivers. All right. Well, hello to Rick. It's been a while. You've been out of the mix for a while. Rick in Columbus checking in. Hope you're doing well. Meanwhile, Pappy on a greatest day of the week. Hello, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Listen, man, as far as law enforcement goes, talking about this marijuana, Steve, the reason they're going to fight it is because it gives them the ability to confiscate and get property from drug dealers. So they don't want to be able to take marijuana off the table. In other words, your highway interdiction, your drug interdiction teams. Let me try to explain it this way, Steve. Law enforcement, if they're lucky enough, the criminals are getting a lot smarter. They're not using their own vehicles anymore. They're always, usually in a rent-a-car or whatnot. But I can tell you this for a fact, right? Our department was able to impound and get a court order to take the property of somebody transporting drugs. In other words, we had several semi-trucks, and for a county organization, a large Peterbilt with a trailer, Steve, is worth a lot of money, right? So if somebody's driving a Peterbilt, using it to transport drugs, and you get busted, we are able to forfeiture that vehicle, and it becomes the property of that organization.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why law enforcement, they're not want to give up the legal fight with marijuana because, it's an easy. I'll tell you what, though, within Ohio, this new law that we got, things are changing from state to state, though, because a lot of people think that they can just drive around now, and even in Ohio, it specifically says you cannot, smoke marijuana in a vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between raw marijuana and burnt marijuana, and you can tell the difference just by smelling it. You're allowed to transport a certain amount, but you can't smoke it. So, but that's the thing with this whole war on drugs, is why law enforcement is not going to get out of the business, is the forfeitures that they are able. Steve, there's been houses taken over. Some of these drug dealers that literally buy houses and paid cash for, and they own. Same with these semi-trucks. Now, if the banks own the semi-truck, it's a little bit harder to take. You can't really take the property of the bank. But you'd be surprised how many of these idiots were driving around in their fancy cars, dealing dope and this, and they would get their vehicles forfeited. And in some of the real big cases, there's been actual property forfeited to law enforcement from the courts because they're dealing dope out of these houses. Mm-hmm. So, that's kind of going back several years. They've gotten smarter. They know now, they're going to be transporting anything. They're going to use rent-a-cars and whatnot. On the Sean Duffy, I don't know how many daughters he has, how many daughters, but his one daughter took over the Dan Bongino show. Remember me telling you that?
Yeah, I forgot about that. I wonder if that's the one.
Yes, sir. I can tell you, I guess I don't know for a fact because I've never hung out with him, right? Mm-hmm. But Dan Bongino has said several times on his show, going back several years, that him and Sean Duffy are buddies, Steve. Real good friends. went on vacations with him.
Wow.
There's another, I think he's a dentist, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, the way Bongino talked, he said, listen, man, I only got a few friends. He goes, I'm not one of these guys that like to, you know, he really only has a real few close friends, and Sean Duffy was one of them. So, interesting fact there. If you go to, you can still go to the Bongino show, right? I think they technically changed the name when he went into the FBI. But yeah, Sean Duffy's daughter does one of the podcasts on his show. So we'll see how long it'll take Dano to get back into the seat again. You know what, Steve, he might just be like, yeah, screw it, man. I'm just going to kick back and relax. I don't know. He might not get behind the mic, but he loves talking too much, man. So I'd say he's going to get behind the mic. Heard some people talking. He's 1/6 owner of Rumble. It might not sound much. I have no idea what he's worth, but I heard somebody else talking on a podcast that, Steve, you're talking multi-million dollars is what Bongino's worth. Hey, Eagle, listen, man, I love you. We said this before on the show. There's no doubt, Eagle, my man, you are a true American patriot. But, Steve, mark my words, I ain't leaving this country, man. Where are you going to go? Well, what other countries out? Even though, Steve, we are having our problems, we are still the greatest country on this planet. And let me tell you, ain't going to go down with a fight. I try to fight a little bit on this show with my voice, speaking my mind and telling your audience and anybody else out there listening what we're up against. Try to awaken people. Try to fight with my votes, right? But make no mistake about it, Steve, I ain't giving up this country. I ain't leaving. I will fight. And if that means fighting to the death, I'll just put it that way, Steve. If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. We're fighting the trifecta. I wish I came up with this, but somebody else, Steve, another podcast I listened to, Real American Voices. I told you about this place before. Frank Gaffney. He's been studying China for decades, and all the people he has on his show has been studying our threats. There was a guy on there a couple days ago said, we're fighting the trifecta. One being the globalists, and they all have one thing in common, Steve. They want global dominance. The globalist. One world order, right? That's what they want. Global dominance. So they're number one. Well, you can put them, I would say China's number one. But we're fighting the globalists. We're fighting China. And we're fighting the Islamic. And Steve, this dude, a couple of people they had on, they went back to the history of Islamics, and it's some pretty scary stuff, man. And they said they are on the move, Steve. They are flat out coming out and saying we are going to take over the Western world. They want global rule. Once we fought them off, I think I talked about it when Trump first started taking some of these boats out in Venezuela. And, Steve, I surely misspoke the other night when I was calling the leader of Venezuela Chavez. Why didn't you correct me? See, that's what happens when you get old, man. You know, you just, I don't know. Don't catch yourself saying stupid stuff, I guess. So feel free at any time. Just correct my old butt with names and whatnot. But I think it was 1801 to 1805. The United States and the United States Marines fought off Muslims. And I know Knucklebusters listening. Starting to call him Buckle.
Bucklenuster.
Yeah. He's a Bucklenuster, that's for sure. Ask him to excuse me. Ask him to recite the Marine Corps hymn. Right? That Marine Corps hymn was based on that battle. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That's what that exact battle is where that Marine Corps hymn came from. And it was the Muslims that were trying to infiltrate the Western Hemisphere. It was Andrew Jackson sent naval force out there to defeat them, and which we did. But it's no surprise that, Steve, we have been fighting. I mean, the Christians and the Muslims have been fighting for more than centuries. We're talking thousands of years, man. And I said it before, Steve, but not just based on this scenario, but if somebody wants to fight you, right? If somebody wants to do you harm, you can try to be as peaceful as you want and try to turn the other cheek and walk away, but if they are intent to cause you harm, sooner or later, Steve, you got to make up a decision. Are you going to fight or not? And if you're not going to fight, you're either going to lose your country, right? That's your only option, Steve. If you're not going to fight and somebody's intent on causing you harm, you're either going to get harm put onto you. So we'll see what happens here, man. But, Steve, again, I'll say this real quick. I'll get off here. General Flynn is sounding the alarm again. The chatter on the internet, that's how they kind of come up with some of these. Well, how do you know? Well, just based on the chatter, right?
Right.
You know, Steve, we got with the JTTF, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, they got people that do nothing but get into these chat groups, right? And just listen, you know? And they probably got made up names too. And that reminds me of something else maybe I'll talk about if you got time here. But anyway, they get in there and they listen to the chatter and what is being said. You know, it's like a bunch of gangsters planning a robbery, right? And they're using the teletype, and you got somebody listening to the teletype. Hey, we're going to meet on Tuesday to discuss this bank robbery, right? So they're listening to all this, and the chatter is off the charts about attacks coming from these people that Biden let across our border.
Right. Now, and we just retaliated against Syria over the weekend. How many Syrian bad guys you think are here?
Steve, I hate to guess. I mean, you said it the other night. I mean, the government just came out and said, well, there's at least 18,000, right?
Right.
18,000. Steve, I'm a Navy guy. So I started thinking, man, you got your platoons in the Army, usually about 10 guys? I don't know. Ask the Army guys out here, or the Marines. You got your platoons, and you got your companies, and you got a battalion, and you got a brigade, and a brigade was up to between 3,000 and 5,000 troops. That's a lot of soldiers, Steve. And you're talking at least 18,000. It's probably doubled that at least. I mean, ones that are actually soldiers in this country, willing to do harm and willing to die. And that's another thing, Steve, is these people are like suicidal bombers. They are here. They are here to die, so there's no taking them into custody. There's no drop the gun, type scenario. They are going to fight too. You're going to have to kill them to stop them. It's that simple. I want to touch one thing and I'll get off of here. I was listening to Sean Ryan. Again, Sean Ryan has his own podcast. He's a former Navy SEAL operator. When he got out of the Navy SEALs, he worked for the CIA as a government operative. No, I shouldn't say he was like a CIA spy, Steve. A lot of these people that get out of the military get jobs with the government to do what they call contractual work.
Right.
Provide protection or whatever. Do whatever the CIA wants you to do over there. Steve, as a matter of fact, being involved in EOD, right? Had the opportunity, if I wanted to go overseas and be a contractor for the government, technically would have probably been attached to the CIA. That's most of these government contractors are. It's like a 3-year gig. It's tax-free money. They were looking for explosives ordnance guys to go over and teach Afghans how to defuse bombs and whatnot. But anyway, I was too old for it, Steve. And it wasn't like I'm some military expert.
Yeah.
When it comes to that stuff. But anyway, now I'm getting off track here. Anyway, he had a lady on his show. She is a former Soviet spy who was a female, who was one of these female spies that was sent here to the United States to find her a husband, Steve.
Right. And we got to pause there. Final hour ahead, though. Hang on.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Republican Congressman Thomas Massie says he and Democrat Ro Khanna are considering inherent contempt charges against Attorney General Pam Bondi over the partial release of the Epstein files.
Massie said both he and Khanna are committed to holding the Justice Department accountable for their failure to release all eligible Epstein files by Friday's deadline.
Very troubling, the posture that they've taken. And I won't be satisfied until the survivors are satisfied.
Massie made the comment during his appearance on CBS's Face the Nation. Both he and Democrat Khanna have been critical of the files released by the Justice Department. Massie said the release grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law that President Trump signed last month. I'm Lisa Carton.
Luigi Mangioni's lawyers are calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to recuse herself from the murder trial.
In filings on Friday, they claim Bondi has a profound conflict of interest due to her ties to a lobbying firm that represents United Healthcare. The defense attorneys argue that Bondi's past and present financial interest in Ballard Partners violates Mangioni's due process rights. Mangioni's defense team also wants prosecutors barred from seeking the death penalty in the case, along with some evidence and statements thrown out. A hearing to discuss these issues is scheduled for January 9th. I'm Rob Martier.
Celebrity defense attorney Alan Jackson is representing Nick Reiner for his murder case, and his services are likely to come at a high price.
The exact figure remains unclear, but legal experts have speculated his full cost in a murder trial of this scale could reach into the millions. Reiner hired the famed attorney just days into his legal battle as he faces charges for the murder of his father, Hollywood director Rob Reiner, and his mother, Michelle. Jackson has defended Karen Reed twice, as well as Hollywood A-listers like Kevin Spacey and Harvey Weinstein. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
UNICEF warns over 200 million children will need humanitarian aid next year, with Sudan facing the world's largest crisis.
Children in particular, but people are on the move. Millions of people are moving around the country. We have hunger, extreme hunger, including famine designated in certain parts of the country. We're also seeing just horrific levels of violence.
Executive Director Catherine Russell said on Face the Nation on CBS that famine, violence, and displacement are devastating families and calls for better access and global support in order to reach the children who just want peace. An elite Massachusetts boarding school faces a sweeping sexual abuse scandal. A new investigation found decades of misconduct by multiple staff, including former history teacher Matthew Rutledge, who allegedly groomed and assaulted students since the 1990s. School leaders reportedly ignored warnings. Ms. Hall has apologized and begun reforms, but no criminal charges have yet been filed. A new report says Americans spent big on booze last year.
Smart Assets report says spending topped $228 billion on alcohol last year. Alaskans spent the most, with the average adult shelling out $1,250 on alcohol, while the state as a whole spent $675 million on alcoholic beverages. Wyoming placed second, with adults spending $1,237, and as a whole, the state spent $543 million on alcohol. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, final hour here on a Monday, greatest day of the week. Good to have you on board. Are you ready for Christmas? To get all that last-minute shopping done over the weekend? You don't have any weekends left. All right, Christmas week is here. Indeed. All right, we left off. Now you get back and finish up the story. So we had like a, I don't know, what do you call it? Like a mail-order bride that was like a Russian spy, in other words.
Yes, sir. Steve, this is over a 3-hour interview with this lady. I didn't make it through all of it. I had to pause it and save it, go back and watch the rest of it. But the part I did watch, very interesting. She's actually, I guess she's Russian, but she's also Chinese. One of her parents, I don't know, she didn't say whether her father or mother, because she looks like she's, Asian. But anyway, Steve, she talked about this, I guess you can call it warfare, that Russia has been doing to the United States, sending these, I guess you just call them prostitutes, spies, over to the United States to spy and get information. And it's on a massive scale. I mean, we've heard about it in the news. We know this is going on, right? But she really brings it to light and talks about the scale that this has been going on. And she went into her training, Steve. These are trained professional women, trained with psychological mind control, how to pleasure a man, how to seduce a man, how to gain his trust. And she kind of went in on to say on what some of the issues are with men and how they can break these borders down. I mean, who's the NFL coach? What they gone? And I'm not a big sports guy anymore. Who's this NFL coach who's been in the news with his 24-year-old girlfriend?
The Patriots guy, the former Patriots coach.
Yeah. So, obviously, Steve, I mean, right? He had some issues going on there, and, whatever he's fulfilling. And these ladies that are trained to come into this country and take advantage of that. They are sent in specifically to Washington, D.C., to New York City, and to Silicon Valley, the high-tech people, not even looking so much political people in government, but also the high-tech industry. Steve, how many times have I talked on your show about the Skokovo project, right?
Mm-hmm.
Till I'm blue in the face. I mean, it's been a while, but that was a Russian spy operation against our country, where they used spies to gain very high-tech information from us. It was funny because, listen to this. Sean Ryan was saying when he was in Iraq and Afghanistan, Steve, he talked about the brothels that were in these countries. And who were running the brothels? China. These were all Chinese women in these brothels. In Afghanistan, Steve? It's the first I heard of this.
Right.
So it's not just Russia. We know China. I mean, if Russia's this deep into it, China's even deeper into it, man. And Sean asked her, I mean, what do you think is the percentage of people that's been subject to this? She couldn't really give a percentage. She's like, I don't know, but I can tell you it's widespread.
Yeah.
Very, very widespread. And Sean was like, dude, listen, man, if you're a 60-year-old fat guy, right, some senator involved in some committees, has to do with the Pentagon or whatever, and you got some 25-year-old hot chick, right?
Right.
That is coming on to you and telling you all how cute you are and this, that, and the other, and literally winning. But, dude, he was like, come on, man. How do these guys fall for it? And she went on to explain it. It's kind of hard for me to, but it's crazy, Steve. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. Another thing we're dealing with here. These people that succumb to this type of stuff, Let me throw this. Let me tell you this, and I'm gonna get off of here. She told a story that I'd never heard this before. That Albert Einstein, back during the Manhattan Project, right? Y'all know what that was, the development of the atomic bomb.
Yes.
Russia sent one of these trained ladies into the United States specifically to get Einstein to become a victim, Steve, and he fell for it hook, line, and sinker. He was with this woman. They were living together. They were having relationships.
Right.
And how would this lady get information? Well, see, what are these people doing on the weekends when they're off, right? They would go to the other parties' houses and have dinner. And I don't know if she said it was one of Oppenheimer's wife, but there was another scientist that this Russian spy became friends with this guy's wife. And now they become best friends. And now, what is this scientist saying to his wife, and what is this wife now telling the Russian spy?
Right.
Yeah, when I heard that, I'm like, and the point is here you got probably the most intelligent man on the earth at the time.
Right. Even a genius can be taken.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. How many more shows you got this week?
One. That'll be tomorrow morning.
So, tomorrow morning, and then you're done till after Christmas.
And we'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm back to work tomorrow. For some reason, Steve, if I'm not able to call in, believe me, I surely will try. But if for some reason I'm not, Merry Christmas to everybody out there listening, and to you, your family, Princess, little Steven, back all the family, Steve. Merry Christmas. Wish you all the best in the New Year coming, and I hope everybody stays safe and have a healthy and Merry Christmas. I appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. Pappy, good to hear from you. All right, so yeah, here we are, final hour. I did mention Syria. Indeed, the expectation was, President Trump more than a week ago said there was going to be carnage. We're going to retaliate. And indeed, over the weekend, yes, large-scale strikes against dozens of Islamic State targets were launched on Friday. A U.S.-led coalition carrying out airstrikes and ground operations targeting Islamic State suspects. And that's been going on for several months, often with the involvement of Syria's security forces. The president had vowed to retaliate after a suspected ISIS attack killed U.S. personnel the previous weekend there in Syria. Pete Hegseth said the strikes targeting ISIS fighters, infrastructure, and weapons sites. An operation entitled Operation Hawkeye Strike. This is not the beginning of a war. It is a declaration of vengeance, said Hegseth. Today, we hunted and we killed our enemies, lots of them, and we will continue, he said. The president takes to social media that the Syrian government fully supported the strikes, and the U.S. was inflicting very serious retaliation. Speaking in North Carolina Friday night, President Trump called it a massive blow against the ISIS members that the U.S. blames for the December 13 attack on coalition forces. We hit ISIS thugs in Syria. It was very successful, he says. Central Command said the strikes hit more than 70 targets across central Syria, adding that Jordanian fighter jets supported the operation. Strikes carried out by U.S. F-15 and A-10 jets, along with Apache helicopters and HIMARS rocket systems. Jordan's Air Force participated in the strikes, state-owned Jordan Television reported Saturday, saying they had targeted sites affiliated with Islamic State in southern Syria within the framework of Amman's cooperation with the U.S.-led coalition. Syria reiterated their steadfast commitment to fighting Islamic State and ensuring that it has no safe havens in Syrian territory. But this was all, again, in retaliation for 2 U.S. Army soldiers and a civilian interpreter that were killed in central Syria by an attacker who targeted a convoy of American and Syrian forces being shot dead, according to the U.S. military. 3 other U.S. soldiers were also wounded in that attack. Whether you knew it or not, though, we have about 1,000 U.S. troops that are in Syria to this day. Clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Credit where credit is due. And a congratulations. Truck driver by the name of Joshua Chica receiving the Carnegie Medal for Heroism, which is North America's highest honor for civilian heroism, for risking his life to save another. Chica rescued a teenager, Brian Goodell, from a fiery wreckage of a tractor trailer versus charter bus crash that happened on I-70 in Ohio back in November of 2023. 6 actually perished in that crash. The Carnegie Hero Fund Commission describes the rescue of Goodell by Chica. Brian, age 16, was among 52 students and 3 faculty members aboard a charter bus headed to a band event when a tractor-trailer caused a multi-vehicle accident that ultimately struck the rear of the bus, bringing it to a rest along the shoulder of the highway. A fire broke out at the tractor-trailer, and a second vehicle then spread to the rear of the bus. While the majority of the bus passengers were able to evacuate, Brian, who had been standing in the aisle attempting to get to the restroom during the moment of impact, had been thrown about 15 feet, suffering severe injuries that rendered him immobile. Driving nearby, 37-year-old truck driver Chica saw flames coming from the bus. He stopped and ran to the bus, where he entered through the open bus door, ascending the stairs after learning from chaperones that other students were still on the bus. He then crouched down and moved about 30 feet toward the rear of the bus amid floor-to-ceiling smoke. While reaching his hands out trying to locate passengers, he felt the hands brush Brian. He then grasped Brian, and while maintaining the crouched position, drug her backward toward the front of the bus, where, with the help of chaperones, moved to the shoulder of the highway. Emergency personnel eventually retrieved her and transported her to a nearby hospital. I guess it's Bryn. Bryn suffered multiple pelvic fractures, rib fractures, a broken clavicle, lacerated bladder, small burns on each side of her face, and a concussion. Hospitalized for 43 days, 4 separate surgeries, but ultimately recovering. 3 other students on that bus perished. The truck driver inhaled smoke and suffered a small burn to his right forearm. He received medical treatment at a nearby hospital, recovering. But, the Carnegie Medal of Heroism. So how about that? Congratulations. Meanwhile, in California, following reports from multiple news outlets that California plans to reissue some 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs, the state's Department of Motor Vehicles provided a statement to Landline, stating, commercial drivers are an important part of our economy. Our supply chain doesn't move, and our communities don't stay connected without them. Now, this is a spokesperson for the California Department of Motor Vehicles. We stand ready to resume issuing commercial driver's licenses, including corrected licenses, to eligible drivers, given that we're in compliance with federal regulations and state law. This delay by the federal government not only hurts our trucking industry, but it also leaves eligible drivers in the cold without any resolution during this holiday season. We're hopeful the federal government will do the right thing and allow California to reissue these commercial licenses promptly, they said. Of course, the DOT and California have been at odds over the non-domiciled CDLs, as well as what meets federal English language proficiency standards, which they've vowed to not enforce. The DOT's been working for months to pull back the non-domiciled CDLs in the United States. Of course, we know in September, the emergency interim final rule that would pull nearly 200,000 such CDLs. The broken system has allowed thousands of unqualified people to receive CDLs. However, a lawsuit has put the rule's effective date on hold. The FMCSA right now is reviewing thousands of comments before ultimately unveiling what is expected to be a final rule. Considering that rule's not in effect, California appears to see an opening to reissue the non-domiciled CDLs that they think comply with current regulations. Plus, they argue that their CDL holders are involved in fatal crashes at a rate far below the national average, so they say. 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna criticized the Justice Department over the partial release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, calling it a slap in the face to survivors during a CBS Face the Nation appearance.
Most expeditious way to get justice for these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi. And that doesn't require going through the court.
Building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
They say key documents, including a 60-count indictment and prosecution memos, remain hidden. Oklahoma Senator James Langford says the U.S. seizure of Venezuelan vessels is aimed at stopping drug trafficking, not forcing regime change. Langford appeared on CNN's State of the Union.
We've got to stop the flow of cocaine coming out of Venezuela and out of Colombia. We've got to be able to stop that because it's directly coming to the United States.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got a couple of updates we can share with you. One in regards to the proposed $2,000 checks to Americans using tariff revenue. The president floated this idea, about a month ago, month and a half. The director of National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, said this is going to depend on congressional approval. Speaking on Face the Nation this past day, Hassett said Trump is expected to present a proposal to Congress shortly after the new year to advance the plan. Now, it floated the idea of a rebate for some Americans funded by tariff revenue. Last month, he wrote on social media that a dividend of $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, to be paid to everyone. Now, the Treasury Secretary said the checks would likely be limited to households earning less than $100,000. He did say the proposal remains under discussion. CBS News reported that Hassett said congressional approval would be required for these funds, which would likely be distributed through the tax code and require new legislation. He said the funds could come from the tariff revenue, but emphasized Congress ultimately controls federal spending. As we know, Congress holds the purse strings. Then the inflation numbers. The big surprise last week. Economist Stephen Moore said that the newly released inflation data showing prices rising just 2.7% last month signal a rapidly improving economy and set the stage for a major expansion under President Trump. Moore is the co-founder of Unleash Prosperity. Speaking on an interview early Friday, calling the inflation report shocking. Far better than most economists had predicted after delays caused by the government shutdown. These were fantastic numbers, he said, describing the report as an early Christmas gift to the American families. Many forecasters had expected inflation to remain above 3% and were way off, predicting inflation will fall to about 2% early next year, which would align with the Federal Reserve's stated target. He argued that cooling inflation represents a reversal from the Biden administration, which said oversaw nearly 21% inflation over 4 years. Falling prices combined with rising wages mean Americans are finally seeing gains in after-inflation income. What it really means is that for Americans, their after-inflation income is indeed rising. He pointed to strong employment indicators. The U.S. currently has about 7.5 million job openings. Those trends, combined with declining inflation, have left him super bullish, he says, about the economy headed into 2026. He compared the current economic setup to the early years of both former President Ronald Reagan and the previous Trump administration. He said tax policy is going to play a big role, just as it did during the Reagan-era expansion that followed the 1981 tax cut. I think we're really set up for a boom of that nature, recalling that he described as a 7-year economic surge during Reagan's first term. He also said the economy under President Trump before the COVID pandemic was among the strongest in modern history. Absent the pandemic, he said President Trump would have won in a landslide re-election in 2020. Declining gas prices, record high stock market indexes, widespread job openings as further economic evidence of economic strength. In some states, gas prices are fallen to about $2.50 a gallon, even lower prices reported in parts of Oklahoma. But he said that the upcoming tax changes will boost take-home pay for the middle and working class Americans starting in January. Reduced withholding along with policies such as eliminating taxes on tips and overtime will significantly increase disposable income for many people. When you look at the after inflation and after tax income, I think next year most Americans will be about $2,500 ahead of where we were when Joe Biden left office. A strong finish to the holiday shopping season. We are witnessing solid consumer spending over the past 6 months. We saw robust Black Friday sales. Despite all the talk about an affordability crisis, consumer behavior suggests growing optimism. People are acting as if they're better off. They're acting as if they're optimistic about the future. And they should be, because the best is yet to come. And the president, of course, made that a clear point when he addressed the nation last Wednesday evening there. Good morning, Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Just out here trying to limp this thing back to the yard. The main serpentine bell on this Cummins engine got a really bad hangnail, and it went to beating stuff after death in the engine compartment.
Uh-oh.
And plus an injector issue on this ISX, or 15X, whatever you want to call it. And something I always notice that 9 times out of 10 when you have an injector issue on this type of engine, it's always the rearmost one. And she's running a little rough right now, but I'm trying to get it on back to the yard and all of that is laying completely down on me. On that California issue, it sounds like they need to get some federal warrants and involve Department of Homeland Security and do some armed raids on these officials that saying they're going to reissue these licenses and they're refusing to follow the federal regulations and laws. That right there is an automatic violation of oath of office.
Hey, did we lose our connection there momentarily? I think we did. Let's get it back together there. Meanwhile, if you'd like to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388.
Audio recording is on.
Well, thank you for that. All right, sorry, Scrapyard. We dropped off momentarily there.
Okay, as long as we didn't nod off, if you know what I mean. It's like the new camera angle. It makes it seem like we're just all sitting around the table and all that at a truck stop restaurant.
Yeah, all right. I don't like the new angle. It shows how badly I need a haircut, and then I've got to shave on a more constant basis. You work indoors and all that. It's all right. It's all right. Some of us, I've seen the pictures of some of the folks that's on the channel and all that, and it's a good thing. Yeah, you have a face for television and not just radio. Thank you.
And you don't have to thank me for telling the truth, my brother. And all that, I've got to have a night job and all that. I'm so dead-gum ugly. That mask mandate worked out well for me because I go out in broad daylight. I'm in danger of catching an indecent exposure charge from the neck up.
Wow.
Oh, mercy. I got a face only a mother can love, and all that. Good thing my mama loves me. But all in all and all that, that issues, these officials out there in California saying that they're not going to enforce the laws and they're going to reissue these illicit licenses that the government says, no, you can't do it. Well, that's an automatic violation of oath of office, and these directors of said establishments out there had to take an oath of office.
Yeah.
So it's like on you were talking the other day about that Kersinger fellow, the driver at the casino,
mm-hmm.
and that prosecutor keeps going after him and still doing it. That because of the way that the court system is, and they every time they throw a charge on somebody, they make a bond, 3 separate bonds. Well, and that prosecutor gets paid off for the bonds issued. They actually receive the money themselves as a stipend of their salary.
Yeah.
So that driver needs to turn around and file charges against that prosecutor under the RICO Act, because they're getting paid to do something illicit.
Wow.
And that they're starting to use now with a lot of people knowing more and more and more about the law, studying it. There's been several cases in the past year and a half, 2 years now, that prosecutors have been charged under RICO because they're trying to get that bond money.
Right.
There's an appearance bond, a performance bond, and a judicial bond, I believe it is, if I'm correct on the third one. But the judge gets paid, the prosecutor gets paid, and the state gets paid. So that sounds a lot like racketeering, if you ask me.
Right.
All in all, that I wish all of y'all a Merry Christmas and all that. I'll have Wednesday night off, then I got to run Thursday, unfortunately, Thursday evening, and I've seen some on Facebook. I think it's Mad Weather Bob or Mad Bob or something like that. Posted about the weather, saying that this portion of the country, starting December 28th, it looks like we may be fixing to get spanked down here.
I've seen some of that's the kind of the long-term models and whatnot, saying that old man winter's going to come back with a vengeance, and it's going to start snowing like to beat the band in early January.
6 to 12.
Yes.
They were talking 6 to 12 inches, and then an ice storm on top of it. This is going to be really interesting. But all in all, I wish all of y'all a Merry Christmas. I want y'all to stay safe and all that. I don't mind talking bad about you. Just don't want to hear anything bad happen to you.
Okay. Well, thank you much.
And
if we don't,
and don't let the deer tear up the front end, the bears bite on the hind end, or the truck swap ends. Happy trails.
All right. If we don't talk to you tomorrow morning, yes, indeed. Have a Merry Christmas. And we'll be back to say Happy New Year next week before the new year arrives.
When it comes to horsepower, there is nothing that compares to the Modifieds. Multi-engine monsters with 30.5-inch tires and wheel speeds going well over 150 miles per hour. It's time to relive the master of the monsters. From the NTPA offices in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The multi-engine monsters are crowd favorites, and for good reason. They look amazing, they sound amazing, they are amazing. With 14 tractors aiming for the Grand National title in 2025, there were a lot of popular names on the 11-pole schedule. These tractors have at least 3 big blocks burning alcohol down the track. With each engine burning about 5 gallons of fuel in 300 feet, these machines make well in excess of 10,000 horsepower. 2025 was a season to remember for Brandon Simon and his mod Simon Says. With only one rainout on the schedule in Tomah, Brandon had 6 wins in the 10 points hooks that happened in 2025. Winning at the second night in Hutchinson, the only hook in Tomah, the first pole in Rockwell, the 4th session in Bowling Green, and the 2nd session in Sandwich, Illinois. And at the Enderley pull-off, well, there was little doubt he would get the title. He took home a 3rd place in the 2nd session in Rockwell. To keep him on the podium, he struggled a bit in Hutchinson on night 1 and in Sandwich during session 3, gaining 8th on those 2 events. Then, during the 3rd in Poletown, he struggled with only an 11th place finish. After the first hook of the season, Brandon was sitting in 8th in the points. After winning night 2, he moved up in the Grand National points to 4th, as the hauler set the GPS to Tomah. With the rainout for night 1 in Tomah, Simon Says took the win on night 2, and then the next hook in Rockwell. That moved him into 1st place, and he never looked back. Night 2 in Rockwell was a 3rd, and even with the 11th place finish in Bowling Green, Brandon had built up a big enough lead to stay in the points lead. Then, back-to-back wins in Bowling Green and Sandwich had the trucking company owner in a prime position to take the title. After struggling during the second hook in Sandwich, Brandon took home a win at the Enderley pull-off to lock up the 2025 title by 5 points. Coming in second during the season was veteran puller Bill Leischner and his tractor he calls Dirt Slinger. Dylan Owens and Thorne finished third in the points. In fourth was the combo of Jeff and Ricky Rose with Giddy Up. Tommy Owens and his Rambling Rose took fifth. In sixth was Steve Bunnage with Takes a Lickin'. Seventh went to Doug Christensen with Rat Pack 4. In eighth spot, it was Les Corporal and Corporal Punishment. And ninth went to Matt Johnson and his Dirt Slinger 1X. Rounding out the top 10, Brett Berg and the Rink Seed Moneymaker. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we see here? Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. The long weekend wasn't long enough. They never are. But we were able to unwind, relax for a few days, quite nice. Yeah, I could go for another one of those trips already, but the coffee's hot, the car's warmed up, time to head into town, see what the day brings us. All right, thank you very much. It's Steve there in Columbus, Ohio. Meanwhile, shall we say hello to the inbred redneck?
What do you know, big buddy?
Well,
I want to tell everybody, Merry Christmas, because, I might not see you before then,
Right. It's almost here, Redneck, so you're going to get to spend some time in the mountains making some moonshine.
Well, Steve, tell you the truth, now, I do like making a little bit of moonshine. The last batch I run was back in July, and I made about 5 gallons, and that'll last about a year up here, buddy.
Yeah.
For cough syrup and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah. And maybe a wild night here or there where I just decide to get into the medicine like my great-grandfather used to say, But, Steve, there's a big problem in America, buddy. And I'm going to tell you how we going to fix it. These women are too skinny, Steve.
Oh, yeah?
And the reason I bring that up, Steve, is daggone, had a couple of redneck girls up here tonight, and, I like to get a little bit wild and stuff, and I said, girls, don't show up unless you got high heels on. Oh, God. Now, that was a bad decision, Steve. Them girls punched holes in my floor up here dancing, buddy. With them high heel shoes on. Oh, my God. But, these skinny women are ruining America. Look at it, Steve. What are they doing? If you got a skinny woman right now, go trade her in. They're out here getting this Botox and all this stuff. You ever heard the saying, black don't crack? You know what I'm saying, Steve?
Right.
Yeah. Well, fat don't wrinkle now, does it, buddy?
Oh, I don't know about that.
The wrinkles are a lot larger on fat people, right? So they're almost non-existent. The gaps are a lot wider. Well, the redneck girl said, I see them girls out there on the TV, and they get the Botox for their lips and their hips. And she said, you know what I do? I said, no. She said, I drink about a gallon of gravy if I think my lips are looking a little bit thin. And I think that's a pretty good daggone recipe for America right now. Get them skinny girls. Yeah.
Well, this is your girl's time of year now, Redneck. It's time to do some grub-a-dub-dubbing with the holidays and all that.
Yeah, buddy. I tell you what, I got 2 15-pound turkeys in the freezer. Just ready to go, buddy. I'm going to roast them on up there on Christmas Day. All the kids will come over and the grandchildren and the redneck girls will be there. And, the good thing about it is.
Just remember, don't put the dancing music on because they'll be punching more holes in your floor there. Redneck! If we don't talk to you before, have a Merry Christmas. But according to the clock on the wall, it's time to say farewell here on a Monday. Thanks for being with us. We'll do it again tonight, the midnight hour Eastern Time, our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I